Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel, Chapter 441, Four Ancient Families. Someone who is a half-dragon is usually a human with dragon blood mixed within their blood. They're not really dragons, but they have the power of dragons, Feng Yushang explained to him. I see. That explains her unique appearance. A half-dragon, huh? Does this mean there are also half-phoenixes and half-serpents out there as well? Yuan then asked. That's correct, Feng Yushang said. By the way, you said the four ancient families, right? I remember hearing about them at the Dragon Essence Temple. How do they differ from the seven legacy families? Yuan continued to ask, as he found these powerful families that have existed for thousands of years to be very interesting. Yes, they're similar to the seven legacy families in the way that they're only branches of the main family somewhere in the upper heavens. However, compared to the seven legacy families, the four ancient families are far superior in terms of prowess and influence in the nine heavens. While the seven legacy families would have at most 2 or 3 spirit grandmasters in each family, the four ancient families have at least 7 spirit grandmasters in each family. Furthermore, they have near inexhaustible resources compared to the seven legacy families. However, unlike the seven legacy families that enjoy being in the spotlight, the four ancient families are very secluded and private. They won't make an appearance unless absolutely necessary. Then what is someone from the four ancient families doing in this place? Yuan then asked. She's probably doing her trial. Trial members of the four ancient families are required to leave the family after they reach a certain age to go on a trial. The trial differs from person to person, but if they are unable to pass the trial in 10 years, they are forced to leave the family, and their cultivation will be crippled before they leave. However, if they pass the trial, they will be allowed to ascend to the next world, crippled and forced to leave the family if they fail the trial. That's even stricter than the seven legacy families. Yuan was speechless upon hearing this, and he wondered why there are so many families like this in the cultivation world. It was at this moment the door behind him suddenly opened, and Mishu came running outside in a panicked manner. Yuan? Mishu didn't expect Yuan to be sitting right in front of the door and fell on top of him. Are you okay? Yuan said to her who was on top of him, and he could feel 2 round and soft sensations pressing against his body. Mishu quickly got off his body and stood up with a flushed face. Looks like you're finally done with your cultivation. It's been 2 days, you know, Yuan said to her in a calm manner. I am so sorry. I don't know what happened, but it didn't feel that long when I was cultivating. I thought only a couple of hours had passed at most. Mishu's habits as a servant kicked in, causing her to lower her body until she was bowing to Yuan. It's okay. Mishu, what you experienced is called enlightenment. You easily lose track of time when you're in that state, so I don't blame you. It also happened to me before, so we can call it even with this, Yuan said with a smile on his face. When Mishu got out of her enlightenment and saw how much time she had left in the room, she almost thought that she was dreaming. So she logged off to see the time, and sure enough, 2 whole days have passed since she started cultivating. In other words, she didn't cook food for 2 straight days, leaving Yuan to starve. This is definitely the biggest blunder she has made in her entire life thus far. Sometime later, they logged off once Mishu calmed down. After cooking the meal, she went to Yuan's room whilst still feeling guilty. I'm sorry, Yuan, she apologized to him again as she fed him the food. Don't worry about it, Yuan said. Cultivation, it's dangerous, especially if this happens again. Meixiu sighed in a worried voice. I don't think you have to worry about that since enlightenment doesn't happen often. I heard that some people even live their whole life without experiencing enlightenment a single time, and those who have already experienced enlightenment most likely won't experience it again. Yuan explained to her. Is that so? Meixiu was relieved to hear this. What cultivation are you now after 2 whole days of cultivation? Yuan asked her a moment later. 9th level spirit apprentice, she said. Peak spirit apprentice already. Yuan was surprised by her progress. Are you going to try cultivating in the real world now? You might be able to do it since you have plenty of experience now. I will try later. And she continued, by the way, how do you improve soul strength? Soul strength? Doesn't it increase as you improve your cultivation? Yuan said, as he would get soul strength alongside other stats every time he had a breakthrough. Although the other stats have improved, my soul strength hasn't increased since I started cultivation, and I was just wondering if it requires a special method to train that, Mikshu said. Well, I know that you can improve your soul strength with soul techniques and treasures, but I'm not sure why your soul strength isn't increasing. Maybe it has something to do with your physique. We can ask Xiaohua and the others tomorrow. Okay. Sometime later, after they finished their meal, Meixiu went to her room and tried to cultivate. As for Yuan, he also started cultivating. Inside her room, Meixiu sat in the lotus position on the floor since the bed was soft and uneven and she was used to cultivating on a hard surface. After taking a deep breath and clearing her mind, Meixiu began reciting the spirit-severing technique inside her head, and to her surprise, she was able to remember the technique very easily, unlike previously when she couldn't even recall the technique no matter how much she tried. Chapter 442, Increase in Crime and Violence. When Meixiu began cultivating, a small wind picked up in her room despite the closed window, and it swirled around her as though it was trying to communicate with her. About an hour later, Meixiu felt a refreshing sensation spread throughout her body, almost as though she just took a cool bath on a burning day. It felt just like when she first became a cultivator in Cultivation Online, but it also felt much more intense. I'm a cultivator now. Meixiu looked at her own hands. Besides feeling more energetic than before, there wasn't much change to her body. Meixiu stood up before taking out some dumbbells from underneath her bed. Because she has to carry Yuan whenever he needs to leave the bed or go somewhere, Meixiu has to keep herself in shape so that she would be able to lift Yuan without any trouble. Not to mention that it was also physically taxing to be a servant of the Yu family. Meixiu began picking up the weights to test her new profound strength, and to her surprise, she could barely feel the weight of the dumbbells, almost like she was picking up feathers. Even the 20 kilograms dumbbell feels as light as a broom. Meixiu tossed the dumbbell in the air as though it was nothing. Meixiu felt the urge to tell Yuan that she'd succeeded in her cultivation and became a cultivator, but she didn't want to disturb him, so she decided to wait until tomorrow during breakfast. Sometime later, Meixiu returned to sitting on the floor and continued to cultivate some more. Although it took her only a couple of hours to break through multiple times in Cultivation Online, that was not the case in the real world. Perhaps it was due to a lack of spiritual energy in the air, or perhaps it's because the cultivation techniques are not as effective in the real world, but it was clear that she would not be able to replicate her cultivation speed in Cultivation Online in the real world. The following morning, Meixiu revealed to Yuan about her breakthrough during breakfast. Really? Congratulations, Meixiu. It had taken me a couple of weeks before I could become a cultivator, so you're already ahead of me in that sense. Yuan said to her. Thank you. What are you going to do now, Meixiu? Yuan asked her. I'm going to spend a couple of days cultivating in the real world to catch up with everyone, she said, and she continued. I just saw the news. There has been a rise in crimes and violence ever since the world learned that cultivation is real. It would be dangerous if I go out there without being prepared. What? A rise in crimes and violence? That doesn't sound good at all. What's happening out there? Yuan asked. Too many things, to be honest. Meixiu sighed. The most notable change would be how the government plans on dealing with cultivation and cultivators. With the existence of cultivators, the government has decided to step in to regulate it. If you become a cultivator, you will have to register as a cultivator in some database. We don't have to worry about that for now, since they are still preparing for it, but it will soon become a law that all cultivators must register as one or they'll be fined or even jailed, as the government wants to keep track of the number of cultivators in the world. They also plan on making sure that only qualified people are able to cultivate because they don't want some people to have too much power, especially the bad people. It's only been a couple of days since people started cultivating and violence has already gone up by a lot. One can only imagine what will happen a month from now when there are even more cultivators. I see it makes sense to regulate cultivation since it would definitely be bad if the violent and unreasonable ones become cultivators and start abusing their power. I have already experienced this in Cultivation Online, and it's not a pleasant experience, Yuan said. It's impossible for the government to stop everyone from cultivating, since Cultivation Online is already widespread with billions of active players. It's not like they can stop everyone from playing the game either. Mishu then said, "Anything else besides the government regulating cultivation?" Yuan asked a moment later. "Yes, this may come as a surprise, but there are already people creating cultivation schools that are dedicated to people who wish to study cultivation or become a cultivator," she said. "What? Cultivation schools? Like sects?" Yuan was speechless. "It hasn't been long since people started cultivating, and there are already people creating sects. Yes, and the schools will provide cultivation techniques to all students. Of course, it won't be for free." That's interesting," Yuan said. "Interesting. You're interested in these cultivation schools?" Mishu asked him. "Of course. I wonder how they'll differ from the sects in Cultivation Online." A few moments later, Mishu continued, "Oh, influential families around the world are also recruiting talented cultivators. They are not only giving away a large amount of money, but they also promise those who join Earth-rank cultivation techniques. Some are even offering heaven-rank cultivation techniques. Not only schools, but even other families are recruiting cultivators. The world adapted to cultivation quicker than I'd expected." Yuan mumbled, and he wondered if the Yu family was also recruiting cultivators. Sometime later, Mishu returned to her own room, whilst Yuan returned to Cultivation Online. However, Yuan didn't stay inside the game for long, as he only went inside to let Zhao Hua and the others know that he won't be returning for a while. After all, even if they are NPCs, Yuan didn't want them to worry about him if he doesn't show up for a few days or even weeks, so that he could focus on cultivation in the real world. The world is changing much quicker than I'd initially thought. I must also quickly recover so that I can be there for Yu Ru and Mixu if anything ever happens to them. With this in mind, Yuan took a deep breath and began absorbing the spiritual energy in the world. Chapter 443, The Future of the Yu Family. After eating dinner and brushing her teeth, Yu Ru returned to her own room to spend the rest of the night cultivating. The following morning, right before sunrise, Yu Ru experienced a breakthrough in her cultivation, reaching second-level spirit apprentice. "I haven't slept for a few days now yet. I don't even feel tired or sleepy. Cultivation is such a miraculous thing." Yu Ru sighed to herself afterward. "I wonder how Mishu and brother are doing. They should be awake now for breakfast." Yu Ru decided to call them on her phone. "Hello," Mishu answered the phone after 3 rings. "How's it going, Mishu? Have you started cultivating yet?" "I just reached the second level, but it took longer than I'd expected, at least compared to Cultivation Online." "Yes, I have also started to cultivate a few days ago." Mishu's voice resounded from the phone. "Really? Congratulations," Yu Ru said. And she asked also, "You're with Brother Tian in Cultivation Online, right? What are you two doing right now?" "We have decided to take a break from Cultivation Online to focus on cultivation in the real world," Mishu said. "Eh? Really?" "Yes. With the increased crime and violence because of the cultivation thing, I have decided to spend some extra time preparing myself for the future," Mishu said. Yu Ru was speechless after hearing this, and she mumbled in a low voice, "Now that you mention it, you're right. I didn't really think too much about it when I saw the news, but it looks like I should probably prepare myself just in case things get much worse. Anyways, since you two are busy with cultivation, I won't bother you too much. Just call me when you are finished so that we can play together in Cultivation Online, okay? It's been a while since I have seen you two after all." "Okay. I will call you when we plan on playing again," Mishu said. After hanging up the phone, Yu Ru proceeded to call Xia Jingyi. "I hope I'm not bothering your cultivation," Yu Ru said after Xia Jingyi picked up the phone. "Not at all. How's your cultivation going? Have you reached the second level yet?" "No, I haven't. What about you?" "Yes, I just reached it not long ago." "Wow, congratulations, Sister Ru. There aren't many people who have reached the second level. You're definitely a cultivation genius. Most of my friends are just entering the first level, yet you're already at the second level. I think I still need at least another week or two before I can reach the second level. Cultivation genius, huh? A bittersweet smile appeared on Yu Ru's face. If she was considered a cultivation genius for reaching the second level in a week, what would her brother Yu Tian, who has already reached Spirit Warrior, be considered a cultivation god? By the way, Sister Ru, have you heard about the cultivation schools and the cultivation factions? Xia Jingyi suddenly asked. Of course. My parents have already begun creating a faction for our family. They have also spent a couple of billions recently to acquire a heaven-rank cultivation technique. Yu Ru said, Heavens! Your family already has a heaven-rank cultivation technique? My family was only able to acquire an earth-rank cultivation technique. Yaya Jingyi's disappointed voice resounded, and she continued, This makes me wonder if there is anyone out there with a divine rank cultivation technique. Yu Ru chuckled and said, Divine rank cultivation techniques are simply too rare in the lower heavens. We'll probably have to ascend to spirit heaven before we can even start thinking about divine grade techniques. Oh yeah, I'm willing to bet Player Yuan has a divine rank cultivation technique, Xia Jingyi suddenly said. Player Yuan. Yu Ru smiled and said, If someone has a divine rank technique, it'd probably be him. If Player Yuan really has a divine rank cultivation technique, I wonder if he has tried to cultivate yet and if he is already a cultivator. What level has he managed to achieve with it by now? I wouldn't be surprised if he's already a spirit warrior, Yu Ru said with a teasing smile on her face. Spirit warrior? As much as I admire Player Yuan, I think it's impossible for someone to be a spirit warrior already, since cultivation is much slower in the real world due to the lack of resources even if they have a divine rank cultivation technique. Xia Jingyi said sometime later. Xia Jingyi asked, Sister Ru, what time are you going to play Cultivation Online today? I'm going to take a few days off to focus on my cultivation, Yu Ru said, and she proceeded to explain to Xia Jingyi her reason for doing so. I see, that makes perfect sense, all right. I will also follow this advice and focus on my real cultivation for now. I don't want to be bullied by someone stronger, after all. I'll talk to you later, Sister Ru. Definitely. After hanging up the phone, Yu Ru went to eat breakfast before returning to her room to spend the rest of the day cultivating. And with everyone focused on improving their real cultivation, a week passed by in the blink of an eye. Knock, knock. Young lady, the masters have summoned you to the main house. A servant knocked on the door to Yu Ru's room. Yu Ru stopped her cultivation and stood up to open the door. Let them know that I am on my way, she said. Sometime later, after taking a quick shower and dressing up properly, Yu Ru traveled to the Yu family's main house where her parents were waiting. Once Yu Ru met up with her parents at the main house, they brought her to another large building that was almost just as big as Yu Ru's house, a few miles away from the main house. And inside this building were multiple rooms with hundreds of comfortable beds lined up with the console required to play Cultivation Online set up for each bed. What is this? Yu Ru asked them. This is the future of our Yu family and the company, Tang Li said with a confident smile on her face, and she continued, It will also be where all of our players will be living and playing starting today. Author's note, check out Heroes Carnage, my other novel, Chapter 444, Cultivators Association. Everyone? Yu Ru raised her eyebrows. Despite the luxurious background, the atmosphere of this place was a little suffocating, and Yu Ru felt like she was in a hospital or something similar. As you already know, we have acquired a heaven-rank cultivation technique recently. This is where those who decide to join our Yu family will get to practice the cultivation technique. Of course, we don't want them running away with our technique, so we'll have them cultivate in this place, Yu Yong said. He then turned to look at Yu Ru and asked her, What is your cultivation base right now? Second-level spirit apprentice. She responded in a calm voice, Not bad considering that you'd started only a week ago. Yu Young nodded his head before continuing to speak. We have sent out the applications yesterday. and in less than 24 hours we have received over 1,000 requests to join our family, with most of them being at the second level and a couple at the third level. In fact, we even have someone at the fourth level. What? Someone has already reached the fourth level already. Yu-Ru was surprised to hear this. Yu-Yong nodded and said, "This person has been cultivating in secrecy even before the world knew that we could cultivate in the real world, so he's ahead of the majority of cultivators currently." Oh, that makes sense. Yu-Ru didn't say anything else. Anyways, we called you here today to let you experience the heaven-rank cultivation technique that we acquired recently. You only have the basic cultivation technique, right?
Yes.
Yu-Ru nodded. Go pick whichever bed you want and enter Cultivation Online. Meet me at Lu City so that I can hand you the cultivation technique, Yu-Yong said to her.
Okay.
Yu-Ru nodded. Although she had planned on letting Yuan find a better cultivation technique for her since he will be busy for a while, she will have to rely on her family for a better cultivation technique for now. Furthermore, this new cultivation technique should help boost her cultivation speed in the real world as well. Thus, Yu-Ru entered the game and traveled to Lu City before meeting with Yu-Yong. Inside the game, Yu-Yong and Yu-Ru went to a cultivator's haven so that Yu-Ru could learn the cultivation technique safely. Do you need a key for this place? Yu-Yong asked her. No, I already have one, she said. After they arrived at the highest floor in the place, Yu-Yong handed the cultivation technique to her and said with a solemn face, "Don't lose this. It cost us a fortune to acquire it. If you lose it, we'll sell you to make up for the losses." Yu-Ru didn't show any reaction and nodded silently. Let me know when you've learned the cultivation technique so that we can start training the people in our family. Yu-Yong said to her before entering one of the rooms to cultivate. Once Yu-Ru entered the room and the door closed, she began trying to comprehend the heaven-rank cultivation technique. A week later, Yu-Ru emerged from her room with a happy expression on her face. Finally, it took me an entire week to learn this cultivation technique. Besides the martial technique she'd gotten with Yuan's help, Yu-Ru hasn't tried to learn another technique, hence why she was excited to finally learn something new, even though it had taken her an entire week. Sometime later, she met up with Yu-Yong again to return the cultivation technique to him. Now that you have a heaven-rank cultivation technique, I expect significant improvements to your progress both in Cultivation Online and your real cultivation. Don't disappoint me, Yu-Yong said to her after storing the cultivation technique inside a storage pouch. I understand. Yu-Ru nodded. Yu-Ru logged off the game shortly after. I can finally go home and sleep in my own bed. Yu-Ru sighed inwardly as she had to stay in this place until she learned the cultivation technique. However, before she could leave the place, her mother, Tang Li, stood before her. Yu-Ru, make sure you register yourself as a cultivator at the Cultivators Association that was completed just today within the next 90 days. If you don't and get caught, you'll be fined by the government and possibly go to jail. Tang Li warned her. Cultivators Association? It's already finished. I wasn't expecting it for at least a few more weeks, if not months, she said. The Cultivators Association is a government-funded organization that was created to regulate cultivation to a certain extent, and it has governments from around the world supporting it, quickly becoming the strongest cultivation faction in the real world. Furthermore, not only does the Cultivators Association regulate cultivators, but they were also recruiting cultivators to assist them in maintaining public order, just like the police forces. I understand. I will try to register today. Yu-Ru said thus after leaving the place. Yu-Ru made her way to the Cultivators Association that replaced a large park in the middle of the city. Of course, the place was crowded with people. Maybe I should come back another day. Yu-Ru mumbled to herself before telling the driver to go back to her house, where she started cultivating with her new cultivation technique and seeing significant improvements to her progression. No wonder why people are paying fortunes for better cultivation techniques. My speed almost doubled with this new cultivation technique. Feeling excited about her new cultivation speed, Yu-Ru proceeded to spend the entire day cultivating. Meanwhile, back at Yuan's apartment, Make-Shu entered Yuan's room and said to him, "Yuan, the Cultivators Association has been completed. We must register as a cultivator within the next 90 days, or will be considered as illegal cultivators. We have 3 months? That's plenty of time, Yuan said, and he continued, how's your cultivation going? I just reached the 5th level, she said in a calm voice. Nice. I should be entering the 8th level after another week, he said. 8th-level spirit warrior Mike Shu sighed inwardly, wondering what might happen when he has to register his cultivation at the Cultivators Association in the near future. Chapter 445, A New Rumor. A little over a week after the Cultivators Association was announced, over 100,000 cultivators from Yuan City alone had registered as a cultivator, with less than 1% of them also joining the Cultivators Association. 1% may seem like very little, but the requirements to join the Cultivators Association were not low, as one needed to be at least a 3rd-level spirit apprentice before they could even take the examination. After joining the Cultivators Association, the cultivators are given a special badge and assigned to a certain location in the city where they will be working, almost like actual police, but with higher pay and more authority. As for the number of cultivators that have registered at the Cultivators Association worldwide, it reached 10 million people in less than a month. Meanwhile, Yuan had reached the 8th-level spirit warrior and improved immensely for his condition, to the point where he could push his upper body off the bed a few inches with his arms. However, despite his seemingly fit physique and feeling like he was overwhelming with energy, Yuan actually couldn't exert much strength, feeling like something was blocking him from utilizing his full potential. Maybe Dr. Wang is right that I might be cursed. Yuan sighed inwardly. Hopefully he could sit up on the bed without external help by the time he enters the 9th level. Sometime later, Meixiu entered his room and said, Wang Shuing said she'll be visiting later today for your checkup. Now that Wang Shuing knew his identity as Player Yuan, she has pretty much replaced Dr. Wang when it comes to taking care of him, such as the weekly checkups, especially when Dr. Wang and his hospital has seen an explosive increase in patients recently due to the increased violence in the community between cultivators. Okay, Yuan said. About 2 hours later, Wang Shuing arrived at their apartment and began examining Yuan's condition. Everything looks normal this week as well. Wang Shuing said to him afterward, I see, thank you. What cultivation are you at right now, Yuan? Wang Shuing then asked him, and she continued, I just reached the 4th level yesterday. 8th level, Yuan said. Huh, looks like it's really impossible to catch up to you. Wang Shuing sighed, and no wonder why your body looks so fit despite not exercising. I thought it was weird when I first noticed it. To think it was because you'd started cultivating when Wang Shuing learned that Yuan had been cultivating even before it was announced. She was obviously shocked, but what shocked her the most was when she learned that he was already a spirit warrior while everyone else was still a spirit apprentice. Of course, there was one more thing that Yuan revealed to her. Wang Shuing looked at the door to make sure it was closed before asking Yuan in a low voice, How's your recovery going compared to last week? Yuan proceeded to show Wang Shuing his progress by lifting his body off the bed slightly before falling back down a moment later. As you can see, that's the most I can do right now, he said. Since she was going to be his nurse, Yuan decided to reveal to her that his body was actually recovering. Wow. You're definitely making good progress at this rate. You'll be able to tell Meixiu about your recovery soon. Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, Yes, I plan on telling her once I am able to sit up on the bed properly. Even though it's regrettable that I couldn't assist you in your recovery as I'd hoped, I'm still happy to see you finally recovering after so many years. Wang Shuing said to him, Although my body is recovering, my sight doesn't appear to be getting any better. Maybe I'll remain blind for the rest of my life, he sighed. After a moment of silence, Wang Shuing said, Yuan, I don't know if this is true or fake, but I have heard a rumor going around recently that there are other things in Cultivation Online that might affect our world, such as resources. I know this sounds crazy, but so is cultivation. I have experimented with this rumor, but I didn't get any results, so maybe it's fake. Maybe there's some kind of requirement that one must fulfill before it takes effect. But if this is real, we might be able to fix your vision. Yuan was surprised after hearing Wang Shuying's words, and then he recalled the impurities that came from his body in the real world after consuming a treasure in Cultivation Online. After pondering for some time, Yuan spoke. Maybe. Maybe the treasure has to be of a certain quality to tell you the truth? I think I have experienced it before. What, really? Tell me more. Wang Shuying was immediately intrigued. Yuan proceeded to tell her about the translucent dew of flawlessness and how it cleaned his impurities both inside the game and the real world. Wang Shuying turned dead silent after hearing Yuan's story. After a moment of silence, she said, "In order to gather further proof, we will need to obtain a high-grade treasure and test it for ourselves. I will see if my master has any unwanted treasure, since it's much easier to find higher quality treasures in the spirit heaven." Okay. I will also try to do some more experiments on my end. This will be immense if it actually works, Yuan said. After talking for a couple more minutes with Wang Shuying telling Yuan about her experience in the spirit heaven and her new sect, Wang Shuying packed her tools and prepared to leave. Okay, I will see you next week, Yuan, she said to him before leaving the apartment. Is everything okay? Mikshu asked him afterward. Yes. I am going to return to Cultivation Online today for a bit, Yuan said. Do you want me to come with you? No, it's fine. I'm just going to talk with Zhao Hua and the others. I won't stay long. I want to reach the 9th level Spirit Warrior at the very least before I really start playing again, Yuan said. Okay. Chapter 446, Stalker, after helping Yuan with the console. Mikshu returned to her own room and continued to cultivate. Despite not caring about cultivation before, Mikshu found a reason that motivated her to keep cultivating, and that was Yuan. Even though Yuan was at a much higher cultivation than her, he was unable to move his body, so he was vulnerable to many things, and if the world continues to become more dangerous, it will be all up to her to protect him. Meanwhile, the moment Yuan appeared inside Cultivation Online, Xiao Hua appeared from his necklace even before he could say anything. Welcome back, Brother Yuan, Xiao Hua said to him. Hello, Xiao Hua. Did you miss me? Yuan said with a smile on his face, feeling like it's been forever since he last played. Xiao Hua nodded after hearing his words. I missed you as well, young master. Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded. Me too. Lan Yingying as well. Unfortunately, I'm not finished with my business yet, so I won't stay here for long. I need a favor from you guys, he said a moment later. What do you need, Brother Yuan? Xiao Hua asked him. I am in need of treasures, mostly resources with unique effects, and I need them to be at least Earth grade, Yuan said. Feng Yuxiang came outside and asked, resources above Earth grade. What kind of treasures? Any specific effects, like increasing your soul strength or something that boosts your cultivation? How many do you want, and why do you suddenly need resources, young master? Let's see, I want the resource to do something unique. Something like the translucent dew of flawlessness. I don't need anything that will increase my cultivation base, and I only need one treasure from each quality, from Earth grade up to Heaven grade. I would like to ask for divine grade resources, but they are too rare, and I don't have enough money for them. As for why I need them, well, it's for an experiment, Yuan said to them. Something like the translucent dew of flawlessness. That's not going to be easy, young master. The translucent dew of flawlessness is an extremely rare treasure that can only be found in the upper heavens, but I will see what I can do. Feng Yuxiang said. Yuan then retrieved the spirit stones Shi Meili gave him and handed them to her. Use this to buy the resources. If it's not enough, just buy whatever you can afford with it. Feng Yuxiang looked at the money and wanted to say that he didn't need to pay them, but knowing his character, she accepted it and said, When do you need the resources, young master? I don't have a time limit, so you can take your time. I understand. I will go around and ask some of my friends. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Xiao Hua will also look around. I would love to help. but I don't know this world enough to help, and I'm not really knowledgeable when it comes to these things. I'm sorry for being useless." Lan Yingying sighed. "Don't worry about it, Yingying, and you're not useless," Yuan said to her. "Just leave this to the experts. You stay with the young master just in case anything happens while we're away." Feng Yuxiang smiled. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua left the cultivator's haven to look for treasures for Yuan. Once he was alone, Yuan prepared to log off. However, right as he was about to log off, one of the doors there opened, and a beautiful young lady with silky golden hair walked outside. This was the same fierce girl who yelled at Yuan for peeking at her, the mysterious girl from one of the 4 ancient families. Apparently, she has been cultivating this entire time without leaving the cultivator's haven, which wasn't too surprising if one thought about it, since cultivation sessions usually last for weeks. When this young lady saw Yuan standing there, she immediately frowned before approaching him in an aggressive manner. "Hey, don't tell me that you've been standing there this entire time. Are you stalking me or something? Who are you? What?" Yuan's eyes widened with disbelief. "I just got here," he said. "Bullshit, you barely moved since I last saw you a couple of weeks ago. You're definitely a stalker." Once she was in front of him, the fierce girl raised her hands and prepared to slap him. When Yuan saw this, he also raised his hand. Whoosh! The fierce girl swung her hands at Yuan's face, but he easily caught it. "How can you hit people so easily?" "I didn't even do anything wrong. You need to stop assuming things," Yuan said to her with a frown. However, he cried inwardly, "What a strong girl. I'm a spirit grandmaster, yet I am struggling to hold her back." Meanwhile, the fierce girl was also surprised that Yuan had managed to stop her strike, as this is the first time that someone has stopped her ever since she left her family to go on a journey. Usually she would just send them flying with a single strike and without any hassle. "Let me go, you pervert," the girl suddenly shouted at him. "Only if you promise me that you won't try to hit me if I let you." Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, the girl suddenly jumped and spun her body in a graceful manner before sending her feet flying at his chest. Boom! Yuan was sent flying to the wall after being kicked directly in the chest, causing the entire building to shake slightly and disturbing everybody that was currently cultivating inside. "Are you okay, Yuan?" Lan Yingying exclaimed when she saw this, even forgetting to address him as Lord, and she appeared beside him. "I'm not hurt. Physical attacks won't harm me unless they come from a spirit king," Yuan said to her. Meanwhile, the fierce girl who just sent Yuan flying with a powerful kick knelt on the floor while clutching to her small feet after the kick, feeling like she'd just kicked a metal ball. "What the heck is his body made of? Metal?" she cried inwardly, regretting her actions. Chapter 447, Returning to the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. "Damn it! What is your body made of? Why is it so freaking durable? It feels like I broke a bone or something," the fierce girl cried out loud after kicking Yuan with her feet. "You should probably stop kicking people out of nowhere. I hope you've learned your lesson." Yuan patted the dust off his clothes and approached her in a casual manner, looking like he wasn't harmed even in the slightest. The fierce girl gritted her teeth in anger. Despite her urge to punch Yuan in the face, she didn't dare to attack him after her last strike, fearing that she might hurt herself instead. "Anyways, I'm not stalking you, nor do I have any reason to stalk you. It was merely a coincidence that I am still here," Yuan said to her. "Yingying, let's go." Yuan proceeded to ignore the young lady and walked downstairs with Lan Yingying following behind him. After meeting many unreasonable people, Yuan has learned that it would be easier to just ignore them and leave the scene immediately. If this fierce lady still decides to follow him, he will use his cultivation to scare her away. "I'll remember your face. If I see you again, I'm going to smash your face." Yuan could hear the fierce girl's voice shouting from behind him. Once they descended a couple of floors, Lan Yingying returned to Yuan's wrist as a bracelet, and Yuan logged off on the spot. Since Mei Shu was still in this place, there was no reason for them to leave after logging off. Yuan took a moment to clear his mind before he started cultivating towards the 9th level spirit warrior. Meanwhile, inside Cultivation Online, after leaving Yuan's side, Feng Yushang and Xiaohua left the city together before going their separate ways. Xiaohua, here's the young master's spirit stones. Xiaohua looked at the spirit stones for a moment before accepting it. Although she had plenty of valuable weapons, she doesn't have much money. Only the gold coins they'd obtained from selling her treasure at the auction house, and that amount won't be enough to buy any unique treasures. Of course, she'd planned on trading her weapons for other treasures or even selling a few of her treasures to get the necessary funds to buy the treasures. Let's see which of us will find the most valuable treasures for the young master, shall we? Don't worry, this is a friendly competition. With that being said, I don't plan on going easy on you. Feng Yuxiang said to Xiaohua, and she flew away before Xiaohua could even respond. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang arrived at a city that had a teleportation device and used it to travel to Phoenix City. I didn't think I'd return to this place so soon after leaving, but when it comes to finding rare and valuable treasures, there's no better place in the lower heavens than Phoenix City. Feng Yuxiang hovered above the city with a smile on her face, feeling quite confident that she would win this competition. Feng Yuxiang then flew straight into the city, landing directly in front of the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. Who dares the guards standing there were taken by surprise by Feng Yuxiang's grand entrance and subconsciously pointed their weapons at her. What are you going to do with me with those toys, huh? Feng Yuxiang glanced at them with a sharp gaze. Madam Feng? When the guards realized her identity, they immediately dropped their weapons and got onto their knees. We apologize for pointing our weapons at you, Madam Feng, they said in union with sweat soaking their foreheads. Whatever, Feng Yuxiang said before walking past them, ignoring their offense. What? The two guards looked at Feng Yuxiang's disappearing back before looking at each other with shocked expressions on their faces. She's not going to punish us? I was expecting a slap in the face at the very least. The two guards seemed surprised that Feng Yuxiang didn't punish them for disrespecting her, as she would normally do just that even if they looked at her wrongly, much less point their weapons at her. After entering the Golden Phoenix Bazaar, Feng Yuxiang entered one of the stores there. Welcome to our Heaven's Resource. A worker standing at the entrance started his welcoming sentence even before he could see the customer's face, and when he saw Feng Yuxiang's beautiful face, he began coughing like he'd choked on something. Madam Feng? The worker exclaimed. Is Zhongli here? She asked him. Yes, he nodded vigorously. Feng Yuxiang didn't say anything else and began walking upstairs like this place was her house. Once she was on the third floor, she knocked on the only door on that floor and entered it without waiting for a response. Inside the room, a middle-aged man in black robes and a young woman wearing similar clothes to the worker at the entrance were flirting with each other. Who dares? The middle-aged man slammed the desk in anger before turning around to look at the beautiful woman standing at the entrance. The middle-aged man gasped in shock when he saw Feng Yuxiang standing there with an angry look on her face. Feeling the suffocating atmosphere, the young woman quickly tightened her loosened clothes before running out of the room. And Madam Feng, when did you come back, and where have you been recently? The Golden Phoenix Bazaar isn't the same without your presence. The middle-aged man quickly changed the topic and acted like nothing just happened. Feng Yuxiang closed her eyes for a moment to calm down before speaking. I'm here to collect your debt, Zhongli. The middle-aged man named Zhongli swallowed nervously and asked, What do you want? Nothing much, just a few treasures from your store. Feng Yuxiang said, That's it? Zhongli looked surprised at her response, and it was even a pleasant one. If you want me to take everything in your store, I wouldn't mind doing so. Feng Yuxiang said to him, Please have mercy. Zhongli quickly got off his seat and kowtowed to her. Then I'll go look around. Feng Yuxiang said, ignoring him innitrally, Chapter 448, her reason for leaving. After spending about an hour in Zhongli's store looking for the perfect treasure for Yuan, she left the place with a couple of new treasures in her storage ring. Are you coming back to the Golden Phoenix Bazaar? Zhongli asked Feng Yuxiang right before she left the place. No, I am not, she said. I have more important things to do now. I see. Zhongli nodded. After leaving Zhongli's store, Feng Yuxiang didn't leave the city and proceeded to enter the next store. Yuquan, I am here to collect the debt you owe me when I helped you set up your store. Feng Yuxiang said to the owner of that store. Madam Feng, where have you been? Yuquan asked after seeing her. That doesn't matter. I didn't come all the way here just for you to question me, Feng Yuxiang said. Yuquan sighed in a tired manner before speaking. What do you want from me, if it's within my power? I don't need your help. It's your treasure that I need my treasures. Yuquan looked at her with wide eyes. In the entire Golden Phoenix Bazaar, Feng Yuxiang had the best store with the most valuable treasures. Why would she need something from his store that was small and worthless in comparison? What kind of treasure? He then asked. I don't care as long as it's unique. Unique? Yuquan raised his eyebrows. Then he said, Why don't you look around the store? If you want something, just let me know. Feng Yuxiang nodded and proceeded to spend another hour in this store looking for treasures. Are you sure you only want these treasures? Yuquan asked her afterward. Yes, and I will consider your debt cleared for these treasures, she said. Deal. Yuquan did not hesitate and immediately responded. The treasures Feng Yuxiang took from his store were worth at least a few 100 million gold coins. Yet Yuquan seemed eager to give these treasures to her as long as it cleared his debt. One can only imagine the reason being that Yuquan's debt was actually worth more than the treasures Feng Yuxiang took. After leaving Yuquan's store, Feng Yuxiang continued to enter other stores to collect people's debt in the form of their treasures, and it seemed like every person in the Golden Phoenix Bazaar was in some sort of debt for some reason. By the time Feng Yuxiang was done collecting their debts, she had acquired over 100 treasures from the Earth grade to the Heaven grade, and she had even managed to obtain a divine grade treasure that was worth billions of gold coins. The young master will definitely praise me once he sees this many treasures. A wide grin appeared on Feng Yuxiang's face as she imagined the scene in her mind. However, her imagination was quickly interrupted by a voice. Madam Feng, a man's voice resounded, wiping the smile off Feng Yuxiang's face. She turned around to see a middle-aged man and a group of guards behind him. What do you want, Jin Yupu? I have already decided to leave the city, and I most likely won't be coming back here, she said to him. You won't be able to convince me to come back, she added. I know. I'm not here to convince you to stay in the city. I just want to know your reason for leaving. Did something happen? Was it caused by the city, or was it caused by my family? I won't be able to sleep properly without an answer, and I haven't been able to sleep a full night since you closed your store. Jin Yupu said to her, Feng Yuxiang's departure was a huge blow to Phoenix City's income, since her store earned them more money than everyone else combined. For the last few hundred years, and as the lord of the city, it was only natural for Jin Yupu to want to figure out why she left. If it was his city that chased her away, he'd reform the city from the bottom to the top. If someone in his family had offended her, he'd disown that person. And if someone in the city had offended her, he'd give that individual a public execution. That was how much Jin Yupu valued Feng Yuxiang said. I promise, he nodded. Feng Yuxiang took a deep breath and then said, I have found someone I want to serve, a master, and I am currently following him right now. Sooner or later, we'll leave the lower heavens. This is why I cannot stay here anymore. What? Jin Yupu and everyone there looked at her with wide eyes. Feng Yuxiang, the #1 expert in Phoenix City, had abandoned her priceless store, not because someone had offended her, but because she lowered her head for someone else, becoming their servant. How could that even be possible? Surely they must be dreaming. Are you serious, Madam Feng? Nobody offended you, causing you to leave the city. Jin Yupu was clearly in disbelief. After all, there was no way that a peak spirit grandmaster like Feng Yuxiang could become a servant for another person, especially if they consider her arrogant and prideful demeanor. Don't look down on my young master. He's a once-in-a-lifetime genius who will surely dominate the 9 heavens one day, and I want to be there to witness it. Although I had a different goal when I first met him after spending some time with him, I have decided that I want to follow him to the end. Feng Yuxiang said, "Now that you know why I'm leaving, you can stop bothering me." "See ya." Feng Yuxiang then flew into the sky before disappearing into the distance, leaving Jin Yupu and the others speechless. I have acquired more treasures than I'd anticipated. Hopefully this means the young master will praise me more, he-hey. Feng Yuxiang chuckled to herself as she sped back to Longchen City. Chapter 449. Do you think it exists? Another week has passed since Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua to look for treasures, and Wang Shuying arrived at their apartment for another weekly checkup. "Yuan, I have consumed a couple of Earth-grade treasures and even one Heaven-grade treasure, but none of them affected my real body." Wang Shuying said to him, "What? You have already acquired the treasures?" "That was quick," Yuan said to her. "Well, it's not hard when you're one of the most prominent disciples in the Spirit Healing Academy," Wang Shuying said in a prideful tone. "My master usually gives me all of the resources I need if I ask nicely, and it's a reasonable amount," she continued. Before joining the Spirit Healing Academy, Wang Shuying had to undertake their disciple examination, and to their surprise, she passed it with flying colors, even obtaining a high score that their sect hadn't seen in a very long time. Thus, Wang Shuying had instantly become the Spirit Healing Academy's treasure, one of their most valued disciples, and this gave her a lot of privileges and benefits, one of them being that she almost had unlimited resources to supply her growth as a result. In just a single month, Wang Shuying's cultivation base soared to the peak of Spirit Warrior, becoming a top player in Cultivation Online. Of course, Wang Shuying wasn't the only player to experience significant progress and growth, as Lightning Emperor, the other player who ascended with her, also experienced similar growth. So treasures below Heaven grade don't work, huh? Maybe we need to consume divine grade treasures, Yuan mumbled. Who knows, maybe it really works, but with a much lower chance, and higher grade treasures will have a higher chance for it to transfer to our real bodies, Wang Shuying said. After a moment of silence, she continued, "Hey, Yuan, this may sound like an odd question, but do you think the world inside Cultivation Online actually exists somewhere in this seemingly boundless universe? Like another world? Cultivation Online exists?" Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice, although he never mentioned it to anyone, fearing that they might call him crazy. He has indeed had such thoughts before. I mean, how else can you explain the cultivation phenomenon and other things? I'm not the only one with such thoughts. There are many people questioning why cultivation techniques in Cultivation Online work in our world, and there are already plenty of theories about the cultivation world being real. I kind of believe it, but it's also quite unbelievable at the same time. What do you think? A smile appeared on Yuan's face as he spoke in a longing voice. If the world of cultivation truly exists, how nice would that be? I mean, if you ignore the unreasonable people, the cultivation world is such a wonderful place that's filled with mysteries and miracles. I wouldn't mind it at all if it really exists. Yes, I think so too. Wang Shuying said sometime later, right before Wang Shuying left. Yuan said to her, "I'm going to log in today to see if the others have returned yet. I'll let you know the results soon." "Okay, I'll be waiting." Wang Shuying said. After Wang Shuying left, Yuan asked Meixiu, "How's your cultivation?" "I should be entering the 6th level in a few days," she calmly responded. "I see. Can you enter the game with me today?" "I am doing an experiment," he then said. "What kind of experiment?" "Whether or not treasures inside Cultivation Online will affect our real bodies." "What?" Meixiu mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. "I know it sounds crazy, but hear me out." Yuan proceeded to tell Meixiu about the impurity incident as well as the recent rumor regarding the topic. "If this is true, I cannot even imagine what could happen," Meixiu said afterward. "Right? Therefore, we're going to test it out using our own bodies." "This is crazy," Meixiu sighed. "What if these treasures actually work? Will there be any side effects afterward?" In the end, Meixiu gave up and entered Cultivation Online with Yuan. Inside Cultivation Online, Yuan went back upstairs to meet up with Meixiu, as he was forced to leave before by that fierce girl. Hopefully she's gone by now. Yuan sighed inwardly as he approached the top floor. Feng Feng, Xiaohua, can you hear me? Yuan tried to speak with them through their servant-master connection. Yes, I can hear you, young master. Are you still at the Cultivator's Haven? I will be there in a minute. Feng Yuxiang responded a moment later. As for Xiaohua, Yuan has yet to hear a response from her even after Feng Yuxiang showed up. Xiaohua is not with you? Yuan asked her. Feng Yuxiang shook her head and said, We went our separate ways. I see, then. She's probably too far away to hear my voice. I hope she's okay, Yuan said. There's nothing in the lower heavens that can harm her, so you don't have to worry, said Feng Yuxiang. I hope that's the case. Sometime later, Yuan entered one of the cultivation rooms with Mishu and Feng Yuxiang. Here you go. Once they had some privacy, Feng Yuxiang proceeded to retrieve the treasures she had acquired at the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. Yuan and Mishu were shaken when they saw the number of treasures Feng Yuxiang had acquired. You obtained this many treasures with the number of spirit stones I gave you? Yuan asked her in a trembling voice. Feng Yuxiang showed a stiff smile and said, Yes, I went to speak with my friends, and I managed to get them at a discounted price because they owed me. Even if there was a discount, I still can't believe that you'd obtained this many treasures with the spirit stones I gave you. Look at this. There's even a divine-grade treasure in here. Are you telling me that you got everything here for less than 1,000 spirit stones? That's only worth around 10 million gold coins, Yuan said to her, clearly doubting her claims. Chapter 450, Longevity Seed. Fine. I'll tell you the truth, young master. Feng Yuxiang sighed, and then she continued, Truth is, they were given to me for free. What? That sounds even less likely, Yuan said. After all, who would give up such precious treasures for free? I'm telling you the truth, young master. I went to the Golden Phoenix Bazaar to acquire these treasures, she said. Golden Phoenix Bazaar? Yuan raised his eyebrows. She nodded and said, I know everybody that owns a store there, and they're all indebted to me, so I decided to go there to collect their debt since I will be leaving this place soon, and they gave me these treasures to clear their debt. I guess these treasures weren't free technically, but let's not ponder about the minor stuff. Feng Yuxiang told him the truth. Do you see any treasures that you want, young master? She then asked him again. Yuan looked at the treasures and said, I will have to look through them one by one first. Take your time, she said. Anyways, thank you, Feng Feng. I owe you for this. Yuan then said to her, I'm just doing my job, she said with a smile. If you want, I can give you some of my blood later. However, to Yuan's surprise, Feng Yuxiang shook her head and refused to take his blood. It's okay, young master. You can save your blood, eh? Really? Are you okay? You would normally be excited to drink it, Yuan said with a surprised look on his face, wondering if something had happened. Feng Yuxiang showed a stiff smile and said, Everything is fine. There are just days where I have no appetite for anything. I see well. If you ever feel like drinking it again, just let me know. Okay. Thank you, young master. Ever since Xiaohua told her that she might be forced to ascend to a higher realm if she breaks free from her curse and restores her cultivation base, Feng Yuxiang has become hesitant on drinking Yuan's blood, especially when she could feel the curse weakening with every sip. I will continue to drink his blood once we reach Spirit Heaven, where there's a bigger limit. Until then, I will have to resist myself from drinking any of his blood. Feng Yuxiang sighed inwardly. Yuan began looking through the pile of treasures a moment later, and he would spend the next hour doing so. An hour later, Yuan sighed. Even though there are so many treasures here, none of them are really unique enough for my experiment. What experiment? Feng Yuxiang looked at him with wide eyes. Was all of her efforts in vain? It's hard to explain it, Yuan said. After all, how would he go about telling her that he's testing to see if the treasures inside a game would affect his real body? He then said, all of these treasures enhance one's strength or permanently enhance one's stats. There's really nothing truly unique about them. Isn't there something that can make my hair grow longer, or something? Making the young master's hair grow longer? Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows. Then she retrieved something from her spatial ring and showed it to him. This is longevity seed. If you consume it, it'll grant you 100 years of longevity and even give you new hair. It's really popular amongst men who are balding. Yuan looked at the seed with raised eyebrows. He didn't literally mean it when he said that he wanted something that could grow his hair, as it was just an example. I mean, it's an Earth-grade treasure, so I guess I can try it. Thanks, Feng Feng. Yuan accepted the longevity seed and tossed it inside his mouth. After chewing it a couple of times, he swallowed it, ding. You have consumed longevity seed. You have gained 100 years of longevity from consuming longevity seed. After consuming the seed, Yuan stood there and waited for his hair to grow. However, to his surprise, his hair began falling off his head instead, instantly making him bald. What? Yuan was shocked when he saw this. Feng, you lied to me. This thing is doing the exact opposite of what you said. Yuan looked at her with a frown on his face. Pff. Feng Yuxiang almost burst out laughing when she saw Yuan's bald appearance. Make Shu was no different, and she tried her best to resist her urges. Wait a moment, young master. I didn't lie to you. Feng Yuxiang then said, Your hair will grow back in a bit. The treasure killed all of your old hair to remake new ones. And just like Feng Yuxiang claimed, silky black hair began emerging from Yuan's bald head shortly after. However, it grew more than he expected, and by the time it stopped growing, his new hair had reached his butt. There's too much hair now, Yuan sighed. Now I have to get a haircut, he then said. Why, I think you look much better with long hair, young master, Feng Yuxiang said to him. Here, you can use this to tie your hair. She then handed him a golden hairband. I guess this will do for now. Yuan then tied his long and silky hair into a ponytail. Now you look more like a cultivator, young master. Feng Yuxiang chuckled. Oh, and more handsome. Handsome? Wouldn't this make me look more feminine instead? Yuan raised his eyebrows. What do you think, Mishu? He suddenly asked her. Eh? Mishu was taken by surprise, and when she saw his new appearance that had a certain charm and elegance to it, she began blushing. I think it's fine, she finally said after a moment of awkward silence. Okay, then we will be right back. Meishu, I need you to check my hair for me. Yuan said to her before logging off shortly after. Some time later, Meishu went to his room. Well, did my hair grow longer? Yuan asked her. No, nothing happened, she said. I see then. Let's go try some more treasures. The two of them returned to the game a moment later and began looking through the treasures again. Chapter 451, Berserker's Gem. What about this one, Yuan? It can boost your eyesight and reaction by a significant amount. Mishu showed him a weird-looking fruit. You can eat it. I have already eaten one, Yuan said to her. Mishu nodded and consumed the Earth-grade treasure a moment later. Ding. You have consumed Fruit of Perception. A few moments later, Meishu said, Wow, my eyesight's got noticeably better after consuming the treasure, and I can see details that I wouldn't normally be able to before. I'm not sure about my reaction speed, though. Meishu suddenly stopped speaking and tilted her head when she noticed something flying at her face with incredible speed. Yuan? Meishu looked at him with wide eyes. Sorry, I just wanted to test your reaction. Yuan chuckled a little before retrieving his arm. What do you think? Has your reaction gotten better? Probably, she said. Now see if these changes apply outside. Yuan then said. Mishu nodded and logged off the game shortly after to see the results. She returned a few moments later and shook her head. I don't think it worked. What about this treasure? It's a heaven-grade treasure, and it boosts your strength significantly, Yuan asked. You want me to take this treasure as well? I mean, I wouldn't be able to test the results even if I use it, Yuan said with a stiff smile on his face. Oh, okay. Mishu realized what Yuan was trying to say and subconsciously nodded ding. You have consumed Berserker's Gem, 20,000 physical strength. That's a lot of strength, Mishu muttered in a dazed voice before logging off to see if her physical strength had improved. How should I go about testing my strength? As a cultivator, I'm already strong enough to lift an entire desk without any issues. Meixiu wondered to herself as she looked around her room for something extremely heavy. However, there was nothing in her room that would challenge her already profound strength. After pondering for some time, Meixiu decided to go outside the apartment where plenty of heavy objects were available. She then approached one of the cars parked in front of the apartment before looking left and right to make sure nobody was looking at her. Once she was clear, Meixiu bent her knees and tried to pick up the car, as ridiculous and embarrassing as it felt. Meixiu was also curious about the rumor. When she had a good grip on the car, Meixiu tried to stand up with the car. The moment she stood up, the car in her grasp also went up with her. This shocked her so much that she accidentally dropped the car back down. Meixiu looked left and right again to make sure nobody saw her before she ran back into the apartment. I'm only dreaming, right? Meixiu looked at her own palms with clear disbelief on her face. After taking a moment to calm down, Meixiu went inside her room and tried to lift her bed. Although she could lift her bed before she consumed the treasure, it wasn't easy. Once she had a good grip on the bed, Meixiu took a deep breath before lifting the bed into the air like it weighed nothing. Heavens! Meixiu mumbled in a dazed voice as she stared at the bed that was directly above her head. And to make sure it wasn't just a fluke, Meixiu began benching the bed as though it were a barbell. After benching the bed a dozen times, Meixiu carefully placed the bed back down onto the floor without a single bead of sweat on her face or body. It's real. The treasure inside the game really affected my real body. After taking a moment to calm down, Meixiu returned to Cultivation Online to share her results. That took longer than I expected. How did it go? Yuan asked her when Meixiu finally logged back in after many minutes. Meixiu stared at Yuan in silence before speaking in a low voice. It worked? Huh. Yuan's eyes widened. The experiment worked. Meixiu said, and she proceeded to tell him her experience. The heaven-grade treasure worked on you, but it didn't work on Wang Shuiying. I guess this proves that every treasure has a chance to transfer its effects outside, and the chances will depend on the grade of the treasure, Yuan said in an excited voice. Meanwhile, Feng Yushang looked at them with a weird expression on her face, as she was unable to comprehend their situation. Anyways, thank you for the treasures. You can keep the rest for yourself, since we no longer need it, Yuan said to Feng Yuxiang afterward. Oh, okay. Feng Yuxiang nodded and stored the rest of the treasures into her spatial ring. Sometime later, Yuan said to her, Feng, can you stay here and wait for Xiaohua? I'm not sure when she'll come back, though. I don't mind. Feng Yuxiang nodded. I will come back at least once a day just in case she comes back, he then said. Yuan and Meixiu logged off the game shortly after to discuss the results even more. Can you call Wang Shuiying later and tell her to visit us tomorrow? I'd like to tell her the results of our experiments, Yuan said to Meixiu. Okay. Anyways, although I was already quite confident that the rumors were true, seeing it happen again is another thing, Yuan then said. Do you know what this means, Yuan? Meixiu said. As long as one is lucky enough, they might be able to use treasures from Cultivation Online to benefit their real body. This might be quite disastrous if the world finds out about it if they haven't already. I'm sure some people already know this, just like how people knew about cultivation way before it was announced. It's only a matter of when it becomes widespread, and when that happens, the world will become even crazier. What should we do? Meixiu asked. Is there even anything we can do? Yuan sighed. Chapter 452, Peak of Spirit Warrior. I think the only thing we can do is prepare ourselves for it. Though I don't think it'll be that bad due to the rarity of treasures. Maybe I'm wrong, who knows, Yuan sighed. If the chances of acquiring its effects are really low, it might not be that bad. And according to my research, the majority of the player base are only just starting to obtain Earth-grade treasures with Heaven-grade treasures, and above still unattainable besides those really wealthy and powerful players who just buy them using real money. Meixiu said, There's no use thinking about it now. Let's just focus on cultivation so when the world learns about this and evolves once again, we'll be prepared for it. Yuan said, Yes, I agree, Mishu nodded. Some time later, they started their cultivation. The following day, Wang Shuying returned to their apartment. What's up, Yuan? Did you need to speak with me? Does it have anything to do with your condition? She asked him. No, this is about our experiment. We have some results, Yuan said to her. What really? Wang Shuying instantly became excited. Yes. Yuan proceeded to explain to Wang Shuying everything that had occurred yesterday. Wang Shuying silently stared at Mei Shu after hearing everything. You can lift a car with your bare hands? Wang Shuying asked her in a somewhat doubtful voice. Yes, I know it sounds crazy, but Mei Shu nodded. It's all right. I believe you. I was just expressing my disbelief that it actually worked. Wang Shuying said, You said that it was a heaven-grade treasure that you'd consumed, right? I also consumed a heaven-grade treasure, but nothing happened to me, so I guess there's only a chance of obtaining the effects. What are you going to do now, Yuan? Wang Shuying then asked him. What do you want me to do? He asked her in return. I don't know, but I know what I'm going to do, Wang Shuying chuckled. I'm going to consume all of the treasures I can. Hopefully, I will eventually get lucky and strengthen my real body through the treasures in Cultivation Online. Wang Shuying announced her plans. Actually, you should also do the same, Yuan. Maybe there's a treasure in Cultivation Online that will be able to fix your eyesight and heal your body. Hearing this, Mishu also said, Now that you mention it, there are countless miraculous treasures in Cultivation Online with profound effects one cannot even imagine. I'm sure there are treasures out there that can help you. I think so too. However, we should still focus on cultivating our real bodies first. I am going to enter the 9th level first, before trying to break through to Spirit Master. Once I do that, I will focus on Cultivation Online, Yuan said. Good luck, Yuan. I'm going to see if there's anything I can do to help in the spirit heavens. Maybe my master will know something about your condition. I'll ask her. Wang Shuying said. Okay, thank you. Wang Shuying left shortly after while Yuan and Michu returned to their cultivation. For the next couple of days, Yuan would spend most of his time cultivating towards the 9th level Spirit Warrior, while also checking Cultivation Online to see if Xiaohua had returned yet. A week later, Yuan entered the 9th level, feeling an outburst of energy coming from somewhere within his body, yet he could not pinpoint the location. Xiaohua still hasn't returned yet. She's gone for so long that it's a little worrisome. Yuan sighed when Feng Yuxiang told him she hadn't returned yet. Who knows where she went? However, for her to take this long, she's either in trouble or she went really far to get the treasure. Feng Yuxiang said, however, with her cultivation base, I doubt it would take this long even if she had to travel to the other side of the world. All right. I will continue to check if she has returned every day. Thank you for doing this, Feng Feng. I know this is probably very boring for you since you have to sit here all day, Yuan said to her. Don't mention it, young master. It's really not that bad. As someone who has lived for thousands of years, how I experience time may differ from your experience. Sometime later, Yuan logged off and continued to cultivate. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. An entire month has passed since Yuan reached the 9th level of Spirit Warrior, and he has reached the peak of Spirit Warrior, being only a step from entering Spirit Master. However, this single step was by no means small, and even after trying to break through for an entire week, Yuan remained stuck as a Spirit Warrior. Meanwhile, Mishu had managed to enter the 8th level of Spirit Apprentice, preparing to enter the 9th level. I entered Spirit Master as easily as breathing in Cultivation Online. Yet, I cannot do the same in the real world. This also happened when I tried to enter Spirit Warrior. I guess I can only continue trying. He sighed after spending a few hours trying to break through and failing. Yuan decided to enter Cultivation Online to see if Xiaohua has returned yet. Is there anything I can do to contact her? Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang as he was getting impatient waiting for Xiaohua, worried that something might have happened to her. Normally, you can speak with us telepathically because of the master and servant connection between us, but that only works for a certain amount of distance. Once we are outside the range, we won't be able to hear your voice. I see. Guess I can only keep trying to contact her. After taking a deep breath, Yuan closed his eyes and proceeded to spend the next couple of minutes calling Xiao Hua. Many minutes later, with no result, Yuan prepared to log off, however. Just as he gave up, he could hear a familiar voice resound in his head. "Sorry for making you wait, Brother Yuan." Hearing Xiao Hua's voice, Yuan was ecstatic. "Xiao Hua, you're back!" he exclaimed. Chapter 453. Xiao Hua Returns. After hearing Xiao Hua's voice, Yuan decided to stay in the game for a little longer to see why it'd taken her this long to return and where she'd gone. A few minutes later, Xiao Hua returned to the cultivator's haven. "Thank the heavens you're okay, Xiao Hua. I was worried that something bad might have happened to you because you have been gone for so long." Yuan gave her a tight hug after seeing her again. Xiao Hua didn't immediately respond and merely enjoyed the sensation of being hugged by Yuan while silently blushing. "By the way, I returned after just 2 days," Feng Yuxiang said to her. "I'm sorry, Brother Yuan, but Xiao Hua wanted to fulfill your request, so Xiao Hua did her best, trying to find a unique treasure," she said. She then reached inside her storage pouch before taking out a small glass bottle of semi-transparent azure-colored liquid that had around 1 ounce of liquid inside. "What is this?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Celestial water," Xiao Hua said in a calm voice. What did you just say?" Feng Yuxiang was the first to speak, and she sounded like she was in disbelief. "Celestial water," Xiao Hua repeated. "Celestial water? Impossible. Where in heaven's name did you go to obtain celestial water?" "I refuse to believe that you have found that in the lower heavens. Even the spirit heaven wouldn't have something like this." Feng Yuxiang quickly said, "What's so valuable about this celestial water?" Yuan asked. "Celestial water is from an extremely rare treasure known as the celestial tree. This treasure can only be found in the 5th heaven and above, and the celestial tree can only produce 1 drop of celestial water every 10,000 years. An ounce of celestial water is worth even more than mythic-grade treasures," Feng Yuxiang explained. Furthermore, celestial water has the ability to increase one's innate talent by at least 10%. Although it only works if you drink an ounce at a time, it's still incredibly sought after. That bottle of celestial water can start even a huge war if people know about it. Increasing one's talent by at least 10%? That is definitely unique and sounds very expensive. How on earth did you acquire such a treasure, Xiao Hua? And where did you go to obtain it?" Yuan asked her. After a moment of silence, she said, "Xiao Hua went to the upper heavens to obtain the celestial water." Both Yuan and Feng Yuxiang's jaws dropped after hearing her words.
You went to the upper heavens for this?"
Yuan almost couldn't believe his ears. It now made sense why it took so long for Xiao Hua to return. To think she'd traveled to the upper heavens during this time, he was speechless. "If you don't mind me asking, exactly how far did you go?" Feng Yuxiang asked her. However, Xiao Hua remained silent, clearly unwilling to reveal everything. Yuan and Feng Yuxiang looked at each other, unsure how they should react anymore. "Does Brother Yuan not like it?" Xiao Hua asked him a moment later. Of course I like it. In fact, I am flattered that you'd gone all the way to the upper heavens to acquire such a valuable treasure for me. I just don't know how to react," he quickly said. Xiao Hua nodded, and then she turned to look at Feng Yuxiang. "What treasures did you acquire for Brother Yuan?" Obviously, Xiao Hua didn't forget about their friendly competition, hence why she even bothered to ask Feng Yuxiang in the first place. A bittersweet smile appeared on Feng Yuxiang's face, and she said, You win this one. There's no way my treasures could compare with your celestial water even if I had a carriage load of them." Xiao Hua nodded in a calm manner, yet there was a glint of delight within her eyes. "Here, Brother Yuan, you should drink it." Xiao Hua offered this priceless treasure that even immortals would kill for to Yuan in a casual manner. "A airy, you sure? It must have cost a fortune, right?" "I highly doubt my spirit stones were able to pay for even a small fraction of its price," Yuan said. It's okay. Xiaohua didn't have to pay for it, she said, shocking them even more. What? You're telling me that you'd managed to obtain the celestial water for free? As if I'd believe that, Feng Yusheng said afterward. It's true, Xiaohua said, not even bothering to explain herself. If you say so, I will drink it. I don't want your effort to go to waste, after all, Yuan said. No matter how she'd acquired this treasure, it was a fact that she'd gone all the way to the upper heavens to obtain this treasure for him. After taking a deep breath, Yuan removed the seal on the glass bottle and chugged the celestial water down in a single gulp. Whoa! Yuan immediately kneeled on the floor after he drank the celestial water, feeling his entire body heating up at a significant rate. What is this? I feel so hot, Yuan exclaimed, recalling when he'd first awakened his bloodline, as this was a familiar feeling. However, unlike previously, he didn't feel any pain from the heat no matter how hot it felt. In fact, he didn't feel any discomfort. Yuan's eyes suddenly began flickering with a golden glow, almost like his dragon's gaze was activating and deactivating itself continuously. Is this supposed to happen? Feng Yusheng asked Xiaohua. This is her first time witnessing someone consuming celestial water, too. I don't know, she said, as this was her first time witnessing it as well. Meanwhile, somewhere in the upper heavens, the jade tablet with the word destiny engraved into it began glowing once again. When this happened, an old man suddenly appeared before it like a ghost, and he proceeded to stare at the jade tablet with a profound look on his face. The jade tablet is reacting once again, yet I cannot sense your presence. Just where in the 9 heavens are you, Master? The old man muttered in a low voice. Chapter 454, Black Pajamas. A couple of minutes had passed since Yuan consumed the celestial water, and the heat in his body had finally subsided. Young Master, are you okay? Feng Yuxiang asked him afterward. Yes, I'm fine, Yuan said as he stood up, feeling a little lightheaded. Do you feel any different? Xiaohua asked him. Yuan patted himself and shook his head. No, I don't. In fact, he didn't even get any notification normally. Whenever he consumes a treasure, it would be followed by a notification and how it's affected his body. However, there was nothing this time. No notifications, nothing. This was incredibly odd. Does this mean the celestial water didn't affect him at all? But how is that possible? Clearly his body reacted to it. Nothing at all? How weird. The celestial water is a priceless treasure even in the supreme heaven, Feng Yusheng said. Maybe it takes time to take effect? Xiaohua theorized. That makes sense. Maybe it'll take effect later once your body fully absorbs it. There are many treasures like that out there, Feng Yusheng agreed. Okay. Guess I'll just have to wait and see. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Feng Yusheng and Xiaohua returned to his body before Yuan logged off the game to cultivate. Now that Xiaohua has returned safely, Yuan was able to cultivate with a peaceful mind. However, he quickly noticed a change in the way that he cultivated, that it'd suddenly become easier to cultivate. Normally, he'd need to clear his mind and recite the cultivation technique inside his mind to absorb spiritual energy. Now he could absorb the spiritual energy around him as though it was natural, almost like breathing. Unfortunately for him, even if he could cultivate easier, it wouldn't matter, since he cannot obtain any more spiritual energy until he break through to Spirit Master. I think there's a term for this. What was it? A bottleneck. Yuan sighed inwardly. Sometime later, Yuan thought to himself, since I cannot advance my cultivation anymore, I should practice something else, like my divine sense. Ever since he started focusing on his cultivation base, Yuan had neglected training his divine sense. In fact, it has been a while since he tried to activate his divine sense. The last time I tried, it felt like I was on the verge of succeeding. Now that I am at the peak of Spirit Warrior, I might be able to do it. After taking a deep breath, Yuan began trying to activate his divine sense again. Meanwhile, in the room beside Yuan's room, Makeshu suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling for some reason. It's probably just my imagination. Makeshu thought to herself. However, unbeknownst to Makeshu, Somebody was actually staring at her. It worked. Yuan exclaimed in an excited voice when his divine sense activated properly, allowing him to see inside his room and half of Mikshu's room. How long has it been since he was able to see? Almost a decade ago. Once Yuan was certain that his divine sense was working, tears flowed down his face, quickly soaking the pillow. "Are you okay, Yuan?" Mikshu asked him from outside when she heard his shouting. "Yes, I am okay," Yuan said as his divine sense focused onto Mikshu's beautiful face. Although he was already used to seeing her face, there was just something different about seeing her in the real world. Compared to her avatar in Cultivation Online, Mikshu looked almost identical, with the only thing being different was their aura. And just as Mikshu prepared to return to her own room to cultivate, Yuan's voice resounded. "Mikshu, you look great in those black pajamas." "Eh?" Mishu's movement froze the moment she heard this, and she turned to look at his room with a look of disbelief on her face. "What did you just say?" she asked him in a dazed voice. Yuan chuckled and said, "You should see your face right now. It's quite funny." A shiver went down Mishu's spine. "Why does it sound like Yuan can see her right now? What's going on, Yuan?" Mishu decided to enter his room and ask him. The first thing she noticed when she entered his room was the smile on his face and then the tears flowing down his closed eyes. "Why? Are you crying?" she asked him. "Because I can see," he responded. "What?" Mishu's eyes widened. "I can see again, Mishu. I can use divine sense to see," Yuan revealed to her. "Wait a moment. You can use divine sense right now?" "Yes, I am looking at you right now through divine sense. You're wearing a pair of black pajamas, right?" Mishu had to look down at her own clothes to make sure he was correct, and sure enough, she was wearing black pajamas. Unbelievable. Mishu muttered in a dazed voice. However, it's a little exhausting to use it continuously. Once she'd calmed down enough, Mishu said with a warm smile on her face, "Congratulations, Yuan. This is one massive step towards your recovery." "Yes, I think so too. However, there's one more thing I want to tell you," Yuan suddenly said. "What is it?" "Come closer," he said. Mishu nodded and approached him, feeling a little nervous for some reason. Once she was by the bed, Yuan said, "Give me your hand for a moment." "My hand?" Mishu raised her eyebrow. "Yes, place it on my chest," he said. Mishu didn't know what he was trying to do, but she kneeled on the floor and placed her fair hand on his chest, nevertheless. Feeling Mikshu's hand on his chest, Yuan took a deep breath and proceeded to move his right hand that had been resting on his side. Mikshu's eyes widened with shock as she witnessed Yuan's right hand lift into the air without any support, and then she watched as it approached her hand before she realized it. Yuan's right hand was directly on top of her own hand. "Not only can I see, but I can move as well." Yuan's voice resounded a second later, snapping Mikshu out of her daze. Chapter 455, A Noticeable Change. You can move now. Since when? Mikshu muttered in a low voice after Yuan's shocking reveal. "To tell you the truth, my recovery started many weeks ago, even before you started playing Cultivation Online. In fact, I initially planned on keeping this a secret until I could get off the bed by myself. But I changed my mind after hearing your words just now." Yuan said. "My words?" "Yes, your voice when you congratulated me. I couldn't continue to keep it to myself after hearing it. I'm sorry for keeping it a secret for so long, but I wanted to make sure that I was actually recovering and not give you or Yu-Ro false hope. It's okay. You don't have to apologize. I'm just glad that you're finally recovering, Yuan," Mishu said to him in a gentle voice, feeling an indescribable feeling surging from her heart at this moment. Unbeknownst to Mishu at first, tears began appearing in her eyes before quickly falling down her face. Mishu wiped her eyes when she realized that her vision was getting blurry, and to her surprise, she was actually crying due to being overwhelmed by happiness. It was definitely a first for her. Mishu quickly wiped her face with her free hand while silently hoping to herself that Yuan wasn't looking at her right now. Luckily for her, Yuan didn't have his divine sense activated since he code only use it for a few moments before it exhausts his spiritual energy. A few moments later, once Mei Shu calmed down a little, she asked Yuan, "How much can you move right now? Can you sit up on the bed yet?" "Unfortunately, lifting a hand is already my limit. Any more and my body will start experiencing pain," he sighed. "Don't push yourself, Yuan. You're recovering, and that's all that matters." "I know. Are you going to tell Yuru?" Mishu suddenly asked. Yuan didn't immediately respond, and after a moment of silence, he said, I want to surprise her. When I tell Yuru, I want to be standing. I hope you don't mind keeping this a secret for now." "I don't mind," Mishu said. "Thank you." Sometime later, Yuan said, "I am already at the peak of Spirit Warrior, but I cannot break through to Spirit Master for some reason. I will try for a few more days. If I still cannot break through, I will focus on Cultivation Online. All right, I will try to push for the 9th level before I return to Cultivation Online." Meek Shu said, "Take your time." Meek Shu returned to her own room a few moments later. "Yuan? He's recovering. He can see again, even move. I cannot wait to see him walk again." Meek Shu thought to herself as she took a seat on the hard floor and began her cultivation. To her surprise, when she cultivated, Meek Shu noticed a noticeable change in her cultivation speed as she was absorbing the spiritual energy around her at a much quicker rate than she could previously achieve, almost twice as fast. Meek Shu didn't know what was causing this phenomenon, but she welcomed it. A few days later, Meek Shu entered the 9th level of Spirit Apprentice. "Yuan, did you manage to break through?" Meek Shu asked him. "Nope," Yuan sighed. "Every time it feels like I'm about to have a breakthrough, that feeling would suddenly disappear. It's like walking towards an open door, but just as you're about to enter that door, it closes in your face." Mei Shu pondered for a moment before speaking. "Maybe it has something to do with our world. What if there's not enough spiritual energy for you to break through? Spirit Master is pretty high, right? Now that you mention it, that does make sense." "Okay, I will ask Zhao Hua and the others later," Yuan said. "What about you? Have you reached your goal?" Yuan asked her. "Yes, but the 3-month time limit for the registration is getting close, so I was thinking about registering myself first so I can get it out of the way. What about you, Yuan? Registering?" "Huh? Okay, let's go register ourselves and get this over with." "Let's do it tomorrow since it's already late today," Michu suggested. Sometime later, Michu went to prepare dinner. After dinner, they went to sleep, taking a break from cultivation. The following morning after breakfast, Michu helped Yuan change into a more fitting outfit for their journey outside before carrying him to his wheelchair. "Are you ready to go?" Michu asked him after she prepared herself. Yuan didn't say anything, but he closed his hand into a fist before giving her a thumbs up. A smile appeared on Mikshu's face, and she pushed the wheelchair outside, leaving the apartment with him. "How far away is the Cultivators Association from here?" Yuan asked her once they were downstairs. "It's about an hour from here on foot," she said. "Do you want to take the taxi instead?" "I want to look at the scenery if you don't mind." "I'm okay. We can walk." "Thank you, Mikshu. I should probably buy a car to make traveling more convenient in case we need it." Mikshu muttered to herself shortly after they started moving. Despite her young age, Mikshu already has a driver's license, so she was qualified to drive a car. "A car, huh? It'll definitely be necessary if we want to go anywhere that cannot be traveled in a reasonable time on foot," Yuan said. "Yeah, you should probably get a car." Yuan agreed with her. "Really? What kind of car should I get?" "Yes, you can get whatever you want. I'll let you choose." "Okay, I'll look around after we register at the Cultivators Association." While they made their way towards the Cultivators Association, Yuan would use his divine sense to look at his surroundings. Although he couldn't see any further than a few meters around him, it was more than enough for someone like him who hasn't seen the world for so many years. An hour later, they arrived at the Cultivators Association. Wow, there's a lot of people here even though it's so early in the morning. Mishu was surprised to see the crowd of people gathered there. After taking a moment to examine the area, Michu approached the tall building with Yuan. Chapter 456, A True Cultivation Genius. After avoiding the crowd with much effort, Michu pushed the wheelchair inside the building where there were even more people. But since the people were in line in an orderly fashion, it felt much more spacious than outside. It took a moment since there were multiple lines, but once Michu found the end of a line, she went there with Yuan while they waited in line. Yuan used his divine sense to look at the place and the people there. The majority of people there were between the 3rd level and the 5th level, with a couple at the 6th level. Of course, all of them were still spirit apprentices. Michu also looked around while they waited. The interior of the building was quite bland, and there was barely any furniture or decoration. At the end of the room, there were a couple of desks with a clerk working behind it. I have been thinking, Michu, but how does the registration even work? Do they have some sort of device that can gauge our cultivation? Yuan suddenly asked. I'm not sure, actually. I didn't really look into it. However, I don't see any devices in the front. Let me look it up real quick. Michu proceeded to take out her cell phone and searched about the Cultivators Association. A few minutes later, she said, according to this website, we only have to prove to them that we can cultivate in order to register as a cultivator. If we want to join the Cultivators Association, we will need to undergo some sort of exam. Oh, we only need to prove to them that we can cultivate. That's easier than I'd thought, Yuan said. They continued to wait, and after about 2 hours of waiting, they finally reached the front. How may I help you? The woman behind the desk asked them. We're here to register as a cultivator, Michu said. I understand. Can I see your identification? It was at this moment she realized that they didn't have any identification on them. Are identifications necessary? We didn't bring any, Michu said a moment later. If you don't have any identification on you, we will need your fingerprints. This is only to make sure that you're not a criminal or have any criminal record, the woman said to her. Okay, we can do that instead. Michu nodded. Great. Please, scan your index finger on this. The woman then handed her a small device that scanned fingerprints. Michu placed her index finger on the device and waited until the woman spoke again. Okay, you can take your finger off now. Give me a minute to run your fingerprint through the database. Sometime later, Michu's information appeared on the screen. When the woman saw that she was from the Yu family, her eyes widened with surprise. If she was from the Yu family, why didn't she say so in the beginning? Even though Michu and Yuan left the Yu family, they're still technically part of the family since the Yu family didn't remove them from the database. Okay, you're cleared. Please go to the room behind me for the next step. Michu then said while pointing at Yuan, we're together, and he's also here to register as a cultivator. Can we go inside together? He's also a cultivator. The woman raised her eyebrow when she saw Yuan. I will have to run his fingerprints as well. The woman said, okay. Michu proceeded to help Yuan place his finger on the device. Sometime later, Yuan's information appeared on the screen for the woman to see. Yu Tian? He's also from the Yu family, and he's even their son. I thought they only had a daughter. The woman was shocked to see this, as she was only aware of Yuru's existence. All right, I have cleared him as well, the woman said a moment later. Thank you. Michu left the desk and walked to the door at the end of the hall a moment later with Yuan, which led to another large and spacious room. The interior of this room looked like an empty gym, and there were people sitting in the lotus position near the middle of the room, absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. A person only needed to continuously absorb spiritual energy for a minute straight to be deemed a cultivator, so the line moved relatively fast. About half an hour later, Michu and Yuan reached the front of the line. Next, a bulky middle-aged man with a stopwatch turned to look at Michu after the previous individual left his seat. I will be right back, Yuan, Michu said as she left his side and took a seat beside the bulky man. Good luck, he said to her. I will start the time once you begin to cultivate. You must cultivate without stopping for an entire minute to qualify as a cultivator, he said to her. Mishu nodded and closed her eyes. She then took a deep breath and began to recite the divine-grade cultivation technique inside her mind. Very quickly, the spiritual energy in the building began flying towards Mishu, creating a small vortex around her. What the heck is that cultivation speed? The bulky man and the others were shocked when they saw how quickly Mishu was absorbing the spiritual energy. Heavens, she is a true cultivation genius. The bulky man mumbled in a dazed voice as he stared at Mishu's beautiful face, seemingly mesmerized by her. He has been working here ever since the Cultivators Association was created, and he has watched tens of thousands of people cultivate during the past few weeks, but none of them could compare to this young beauty cultivating before him right now. More than a minute has passed since Mekshu started cultivating, but the bulky man didn't say anything, as he'd completely forgotten about the time when watching Mekshu cultivate. A few more minutes later, Mekshu opened her eyes and turned to look at the bulky man. "Excuse me, I think it's been more than a minute," she said to him in a calm voice. The bulky man quickly looked at his stopwatch, and sure enough, 3 minutes have passed since Mekshu started cultivating. Chapter 457, Chairman Zhao. Sorry, I spaced out," the bulky man said in a still dazed voice. "You have passed the cultivation test?" Mekshu nodded and stood up. "If you don't mind me asking, what cultivation base have you achieved?" the bulky man suddenly asked her. "9th level spirit apprentice," Mekshu responded in a calm voice. "And 9th level," the bulky man trembled upon hearing this. "Is there anything else?" Mekshu then asked him. "No," he quickly shook his head. However, just as Mekshu started walking back to Yuan, a loud voice suddenly resounded, causing everyone to turn to look at the source. "Wait a second, young lady." At the end of the hall, an old man followed by 4 other individuals could be seen approaching them in a hurry. "See, Chairman?" the bulky man exclaimed when he saw this old man, and he quickly lowered his head to bow. Who? Mekshu wondered inwardly as they approached her. "Hello, young lady. My name is Zhao Zheng, and I am the chairman of the Cultivators Association. I saw your cultivation just now, and it left me in awe." "Can I get your name?" "Mekshu," she responded. "Then, Lady Mekshu, would you like to join my Cultivators Association? We are currently in need of talented cultivators, and you're exactly what we are looking for. If you join us, we can guarantee you a heaven-grade cultivation technique, and when we acquire a divine-grade cultivation technique in the future, you will also get to practice it," Zhao Zheng said, trying to recruit Mekshu into the Cultivators Association. However, Mekshu quickly shook her head and said, "Thank you for the offer, but I do not wish to join the Cultivators Association." The spectators were shocked when Mekshu refused Zhao Zheng's offer so casually. Many of them had plans to join the Cultivators Association after this. So when they saw Mekshu getting recruited by the chairman of the association, they were overwhelmed with jealousy. "What? The chairman himself personally invited you to join the Cultivators Association, and you dare refuse? Know your place!" One of the figures standing behind Zhao Zheng suddenly exclaimed. Another one then said, "You may have some talents in cultivation, but without a proper cultivation technique, you can only go so far. However, if you join us, we can guarantee you a limitless future," despite their words. Mekshu remained calm and said, "I refuse you." "Stop," Zhao Zheng suddenly interrupted. Once there was silence, he continued, "Can you at least tell me why you're refusing my offer? Are you already part of another power? Or do you have something against our association?" "I have nothing against the association. My hands are already fully occupied with other matters, and I'm not interested in the Cultivators Association in general." Mekshu said, "Other matters? There's nothing my association cannot solve. If you join us, we'll help you with whatever you're occupied with." Zhao Zheng wasn't willing to give up someone as talented as Mekshu so easily. Hearing his words, Mekshu smiled and said, "No, thank you. I enjoy what I'm doing, and I will continue doing it until I am no longer needed." What a pity. Zhao Zheng shook his head. He then said, "Well, if you ever decide to change your mind, my Cultivators Association will always have its doors opened for you." Zhao Zheng turned around and walked away without saying anything else. The four people with him lingered for a little longer to stare at Meikshu with displeased looks on their faces before leaving with Zhao Zhang. Once the place returned to being somewhat peaceful, the bulky man could finally breathe properly, and he continued the examination shortly after. "Young lady, you're going the wrong way," the bulky man said to Meikshu when he noticed her returning to the line. He then pointed at the door on the other side and continued, "If you're finished, you go to that room." "I didn't come alone," she said to him. Meikshu then walked to Yuan and began pushing his wheelchair. "He's with me, and he's also here to register." She said he's also a cultivator. The bulky man raised his eyebrows when he saw Yuan. This is his first time seeing someone in a wheelchair registering as a cultivator. As they approached the bulky man, Meikshu whispered to Yuan, "I think you should keep it low-key. I don't want those people coming back to bother you. They're definitely a troublesome bunch. I can only imagine what will happen if they see your real talents." "I know. I'll restrain myself," Yuan said. Meanwhile, after they left the test room, Zhao Zhang didn't actually leave and stayed behind to continue watching Meikshu. "Do we have any information on that girl?" he asked the four behind him. One of them pulled out his phone and said, "According to the clerk that spoke with them, she's a servant from the Yu family. They're a powerhouse in the entertainment industry." "What about that young man in a wheelchair? How is he related to her?" "He's also from the Yu family, their son. That girl is probably his caretaker or something." "I see back in the other room," the bulky man said, "whenever you're ready." Yuan took a deep breath and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the room, making sure to keep things to a minimum by imitating the cultivation speed of other cultivators that went before him. When Zhao Zheng saw Yuan's abysmal cultivating speed when compared to Meikshu, he sneered in a cold voice, "She's throwing away her talents for that trash? Ridiculous!" After a moment of silence, he said, "Get the Yu family on the line and tell them that I would like a meeting with them. I'm not going to let such a talented cultivator go to waste for that useless thing. Right away, Chairman Zhao." The person proceeded to look for the Yu family's contact information before dialing their number. A minute later, the bulky man said, "All right, you passed. Go through those doors to complete your registration." Meikshu nodded and left the room with Yuan shortly after. There is a new voting system for web novel called Golden Tickets for the premium novels that will reset once a month. You can get them through spending coins or gifting the novel a certain amount, 500 plus. If you don't have this in your app, update the app. Therefore, in order to bribe you into voting, I shall give you 3 bonus chapters, including daily chapters, for both Dual Cultivation and Cultivation Online if Heroes Carnage. My new novel reaches 1,000 golden tickets. Chapter 458, Meeting with the Yu Family. "Hello, can I get your names?" A clerk working behind the desk asked Meikshu when she approached him with Yuan. "Meikshu and Yu Tian," she said. "Okay, give me a minute to create your identifications." The clerk then looked up their information before creating an identification card with it. "I just need a picture of your face now," the clerk then said. Meikshu went first, taking a headshot by standing in front of the camera on the desk. Yuan went next. Once they both took a picture, the clerk printed it on their identification card before handing it to them. "Here you go. You're done. Thank you." Meikshu accepted the cards and left the building shortly after. "That was easier than I'd expected." Yuan said afterward, "Yes. Besides that little recruitment, it went much smoother than I'd expected." Meikshu then said, "Let's go home now that we no longer have to worry about it." "All right." After returning to the apartment, Meikshu helped Yuan take a quick shower before changing his clothes. "We're going to play Cultivation Online again starting tomorrow, right? Let's call Yu and see if she wants to play with us," Yuan said. "Okay, let me try to call her now." Meikshu retrieved her phone and called Yu. However, Yu didn't answer the phone in time and it went to her voicemail. She's probably busy. "I will try again later." Meikshu stopped talking when her phone began ringing. "Oh, it's Yu?" Meikshu quickly answered the phone. "Sorry, I was just finishing up my registration at the Cultivators Association," Yu said. "You also went to register at the association today?" We just came back from that place. What? Really? What a pity that we didn't meet. Yu-Ru sighed out loud. Anyways, do you need something? Yes, we plan on playing Cultivation Online again, starting tomorrow. Yuan asked if you want to play together. Of course, Yu-Ru quickly said. Where are you located? We'll come to you. Yu-Ru then gave Makeshu her location. Okay, we will see you there tomorrow, Makeshu said afterward. Yup, after hanging up. Makeshu said Yu-Ru said she'll play with us. She's also at a place called Seashells City. Great. Yuan proceeded to spend the rest of the day trying to break through to Spirit Master. Meanwhile, at the Yu family's main house, Yu Yong and Tang Li sat before an old man. How can we help you, Chairman Zhao? Yu Yong asked him. Thank you for seeing me on such short notice, Yu family, Chairman Zhao said, and then he placed a small box on the table. Accept this compensation from me. Yu Yong accepted the box without even opening it. Thank you. Chairman Zhao took a deep breath before speaking. Anyways, I've come here today regarding someone from your family. Yu Yong frowned slightly upon hearing this, wondering if someone from his family had offended the chairman of the Cultivators Association. She's a servant from your family, and I believe her name is Makeshu. Chairman Zhao then revealed Makeshu's name. What? Makeshu? Yu Yong's eyes widened. Did she do something? He then asked. Haha, no, she didn't. She was at the Cultivators Association today to register as a cultivator, and I was impressed by her cultivation talents. I wanted her to join my Cultivators Association, but she refused, so I was hoping you could do something about it. The chairman is impressed by Makeshu's talents, really? Yu Yong was in disbelief after hearing this. Yes, in terms of talents, she's definitely one of the best I have personally seen. Furthermore, she even claimed to be a 9th level spirit apprentice. 9th level? That's impossible, Tang Li exclaimed. She has only reached the 6th level even with her heaven-grade cultivation technique. How could a servant who ran away from home reach the 9th level? With what cultivation technique? I know it's hard to believe, but if you saw her cultivation speed, Chairman Zhao said. I am willing to negotiate. No, I will buy Makeshu from the Yu family. How much do you want? Chairman Zhao then asked. Yu Yong exchanged surprised looks with Tang Li. After a moment of silence, he said, I'm sorry, Chairman Zhao, but I'm afraid that's not possible right now. What do you mean by that? Chairman Zhao frowned. Makeshu. She's actually no longer part of the Yu family as she decided to leave the family a few months ago, Yu Yong said. What? Chairman Zhao sat there with a baffled look on his face. Then, do you know where she is currently? Yu Yong shook his head. Unfortunately, we don't. Maybe her mother or my daughter knows something. I can ask them right now. Please do. Chairman Zhao nodded. All right. Give me a few minutes. Yu Yong proceeded to take out his cell phone to call Meifeng. Meifeng, do you know where your daughter Makeshu is currently staying? Yu Yong asked her after she answered the phone. After a moment of silence, Meifeng responded, I'm sorry, but she didn't tell me anything. I have tried calling her before, but she didn't pick up. Then do you have any idea where she might have gone? I do not. I see, thank you. If you don't mind me asking, why are you looking for Mishu? Meifeng suddenly asked. Chairman Zhao from the Cultivators Association would like to speak with her, so if you see her or hear anything, let me know. I understand. I will let the masters know if I hear from her, Meifeng said. Yu Yong hung up shortly after and proceeded to call Yu-Ru. Do I know where Makeshu went? No, I don't. Why do you ask? Yu-Ru responded in a casual voice after hearing her father's question. Are you sure you don't know? Yu Yong asked again. Don't you have her contact information? You mean to tell me that you haven't spoken to her since she left? I don't believe it. I don't know what to tell you, Father. I really don't know anything, but I can try calling her later. Okay, let me know if you learn anything, Yu Yong said before hanging up. He then returned to Chairman Zhao and said, I apologize, but it seems like nobody knows her location. However, we'll try looking for her. If we find anything, we'll let you know. Although Chairman Zhao was unhappy about the results, there was nothing he could do about it. I understand. Thank you for trying. Here's my business card. Call me if you find her. Chairman Zhao left his business card on the table before leaving the place. Once Chairman Zhao was gone, Tang Li said, "Unbelievable to think Mixu was a cultivation genius that even the chairman of the Cultivators Association would go through such trouble to recruit. We need to find her, or we might risk offending the Cultivators Association," she added. Yu Yong nodded. "I agree. I will call some people that specialize in finding people now." Meanwhile, after her phone call with Yu Yong ended, Mai Feng dialed Meixu's number. "Mother?" Meixu quickly answered. "Be careful, Meixu. I don't know why, but the chairman of the Cultivators Association is looking for you." Mai Feng wanted her? What? Mixu was surprised to hear this. The chairman still hasn't given up on her. Chapter 459. "Please carry me. Did something happen?" Mixu asked her. "That's what I want to ask you. What happened? Did you offend the chairman?" "Why would someone like him be searching for you?" Mai Feng asked her. Well, Meixu proceeded to explain to her mother what had occurred at the Cultivators Association today. Mai Feng remained silent for a good moment after hearing Meixu's story, and all she said at the end was, "Just be careful and refrain from going outside for a while." Chairman Zhao is a powerful man who is at the top of the Cultivators Association. He may not be a powerful cultivator, but he has plenty of influence and more than enough people to suppress you. I understand. Thank you for the warning. Don't you get it, Meixu? If you're in danger, the young master will also be in danger. Whatever you do, just make sure you protect him. You don't need to tell me that," Meixu said. Mai Feng hung up the phone shortly after. Meixu sighed out loud. However, before she could even think about the situation, her phone began ringing again. It was Yuru Meixu answered the phone but didn't say anything. "Meixu, are you okay? My father is looking for you for some reason?" Yuru's voice then resounded. Meixu released a sigh of relief after hearing Yuru's voice, and she said, "Yes, I am fine." As for what happened after Yuru heard the story, she exclaimed in an angry voice, "What? How shameless! You have already refused to join the Cultivators Association, yet they're still pursuing you. They even went out of their way to visit my parents. I cannot believe that there are people like them out there. It is what it is. There's no point getting angry about it, as it won't change anything," Meixu said. "What do you plan on doing? I doubt the Cultivators Association would give up on you." "I don't know yet, but I will think of something." "All right. If you need anything, call me, okay?" "I will see you tomorrow," Meixu said after hanging up. Mixu went to Yuan's room and explained to him the situation. "What a pain in the ass. Now I regret going to register." Yuan sighed out loud. "What do you think we should do?" Mixu asked him. "I don't think there's anything we can do besides hope that they give up on you. After all, they have the entire Cultivators Association behind them while we're just two people who ran away from their family." Yuan said, "Should we relocate just in case?" Mixu then asked, "Wouldn't that just attract their attention? Judging by what Miss Meifeng and Yu Ro said, they don't know your location yet, so it's probably better if we stay put here. I will try to think of something, but that's all I can think of for now." "Okay," Mixu nodded. Sometime later, Meishu returned to her room and tried to sleep since she wasn't in the mood to cultivate. However, Yuan decided to enter Cultivation Online. "Young master, it's rare seeing you during the night." "Did something happen?" Feng Yushang asked him, as he usually doesn't return until morning. "Something like that." Yuan nodded. "Is there anything we can do to help?" Xiaohua then asked. "Unfortunately, no." He then said, Feng, do you remember when I asked you if you know any doctors?" "Yes, but I haven't been able to sense that person yet. And he never stays in one place for long, so I have no idea where he is." "Why do you need to see him so suddenly?" Feng Yuxiang said. After a moment of silence, he said, "My friend, he's sick, and I need him to heal as soon as possible. Although he's recovering, he's not recovering not fast enough." I see. Okay, I will see what I can do. Feng Yushang came out of his body and continued, I will go ask around and see if I can find him. Yuan nodded. Thank you, Feng Feng. I will be meeting my sister tomorrow at Seashell City. We probably won't go far. Don't worry, young master. I will be able to find you as long as you're still in the lower heavens. Feng Yushang said, I will return as soon as possible, young master. Yes, see you soon. Feng Yushang flew away shortly after. Xiaohua appeared beside him after Feng Yushang left, and she asked him, Are you really okay, Brother Yuan? Yuan took a deep breath before sighing out loud. I hate feeling powerless. Even though my friend is in trouble, I cannot do anything about it. I really hate that feeling. Xiaohua wasn't sure what to say, as this is her first time seeing Yuan acting this gloomy. You're not powerless, my lord. Even if you feel helpless, you have us. I'm sure we'll figure something out. Lan Yingying said to him. Thank you, Yingying. Yuan said to her with a slight smile, feeling a little better. Some time later, he said to them before logging off. I will see you guys tomorrow morning. Good night, my lord. See you later, Brother Yuan. Once he logged off, Yuan proceeded to spend the rest of the night trying to break through to Spirit Master, but alas, it didn't work. The following morning, after breakfast, Yuan and Mishu logged into the game and made their way to Seashell City to meet up with Yu Ru. Eh? Feng Feng went somewhere last night? Mishu was surprised to hear this. Who will carry her now? I can carry you if you don't mind, Yuan suddenly said to her. Or are you still not ready for it? He remembered what she said before. Mishu wasn't sure how to respond. However, the scene of Zhuan Wuhan kissing Yuan on the cheeks suddenly flashed into her mind. Mishu gritted her teeth for a moment before nodding her head with a resolute look on her face. Please carry me, she said, with a rosy face. After getting her approval, Yuan retrieved the flying sword before carrying Mishu in his arms like a princess. The next moment, Yuan jumped on the sword and soared towards the sky with Xiaohua by his side, leaving Longchen City in a flash. Chapter 460. Snowy. 4 hours after they left Longchen City, Yuan and the others finally arrived at Seashell City. During their whole ride, Mishu would try her best to avoid eye contact with Yuan, but it was nearly impossible, and every time she glanced at his handsome face, that was only a few inches away from her own, she would immediately begin blushing. They descended a couple of miles away from the city to avoid getting too much attention. Once they landed, Yuan placed Mishu back onto the ground before removing his mask. You're going to remove your mask? Mishu asked him. He nodded and said, I had to wear a mask in the sect because the players knew I was there and were actively searching for me. But now that I am no longer there, nobody will be able to recognize me as long as I don't do anything too crazy. I should also change out of the golden dragon robe since it's quite attractive as well. Yuan proceeded to change his clothes on the spot, replacing the golden dragon robe with the plain clothes he first wore when he started playing Cultivation Online, as it looked the most simple. I should probably buy some casual clothes, Yuan mumbled to himself afterward. What's up, Xiaohua? Yuan noticed Xiaohua staring at him and decided to ask her, Brother Yuan, when did your hair grow so long? Xiaohua said, as she'd just realized his new appearance. Oh, it was caused by some treasure Feng Feng gave me. I think it was called a longevity seed. Does it look weird? Xiaohua shook her head and said, It's not weird. Brother Yuan resembles a cultivator even more now. Sometime later, after Yuan finished changing, they began making their way towards the city. Yuan easily picked out Yu Rao's figure despite the crowd gathered outside the city, but right as he prepared to call her, he suddenly closed his mouth. After a moment of silence, he said, Who's that girl beside Yu Ru? They appear to be together. Let me see. Meishu narrowed her eyes and looked at the beautiful girl standing beside Yu Ru. Oh, that's Ya Jingyi, Yu Ru's classmate. Xia Jingyi, the one who allowed me to live in her parents' apartment? Yuan asked. Yes, I see. So that's what she looks like. Yuan nodded with a focused expression, seemingly interested in her. Meishu raised her eyebrows at his reaction. Of course, Yuan was only interested in her because he believed that he was indebted to her, who gave him a place to live when he was struggling to find a new home. Yu Ru, Yuan called out to her again. When Yu Ru heard Yuan's voice, she immediately turned to look at him, and a bright smile appeared on her face the next second. Brother. Yu Ru ran to him with her arms spread. Yuan gladly welcomed her into his embrace. It's been a while, Yu Ru. It's been longer than just a while. It feels like forever since I last saw you, she said.
Huh? Hello?
Jia Jingyi greeted him in a somewhat bashful voice after catching up to Yu Ru.
Brother, this is...
Yuan turned to look at Jia Jingyi and smiled. I know you are Jia Jingyi, right? Let me thank you again for letting me stay in your parents' apartment. Thank you. She didn't say anything and only nodded. I hope you don't mind letting her join us. We've been playing Cultivation Online together this entire time, and it would be rude to exclude her. Yu Ru then said, Of course I wouldn't mind it. You can join us whenever you want, Yuan said. Thank you. There's no need to be so shy, Jingyi. It's not like this is your first meeting. Look, even Meishu is here, Yu Ru said to her. I know, but I can't help it. You know that I'm not good with men, Jia Jingyi said. You'll have to get used to it if you want to come with us. I'm sure you'll be okay. I will try, she nodded. Hello, Xiaohua. It's been a while. Yu Ru didn't forget about her and greeted her. Hello. Yu Ru then looked around and asked, Where's Feng Feng? I don't see her. She's currently busy with something, so she won't be with us, Yuan said. I see, sometime later, Yu Ru asked. What should we do now? Yuan shrugged and said, I don't really have a plan since I only thought about spending time with you. What do you two usually do? Well, we normally hunt monsters together and do repeatable quests. What about your cultivation levels? I am at the 2nd level of Spirit Warrior, while Jingyi is at the 1st level. Yu Ru said. I see, Yuan began pondering. Then he recalled something. What about the spirit fruit you got from Feng Feng? Have you obtained a servant yet? Hearing his question, Yu Ru suddenly smiled and said, I'm glad you asked, brother. Feast your eyes on my servant. Come out, Snowy. Snowy? Yuan raised his eyebrows at this weird name. The next moment, a small, 4-legged creature covered in white fur appeared before them. This is a dog? Yuan wasn't exactly sure what this creature was, so he took a guess. Wrong, Snowy is a tiger cub, I think, Yu Ru said. And she continued, We met Snowy during one of our quests near a mountain range. She was being chased by a large bear at that time, and we rescued it. After that, I gave her the spirit fruit because I found her really cute, and the rest is history. Also, don't be surprised when you hear this, but Snowy is actually a heaven-grade servant, Yu Ru said a moment later. What, really? Yuan looked at the small white creature with a somewhat surprised look on his face, wondering how this small thing could possibly be a heaven-grade servant. Suddenly, Xiaohua approached them and said, This cub is a spiritual beast. A what? Everybody there turned to look at her with wide eyes. Chapter 461, Spiritual Beast. What's a spiritual beast? That sounds powerful, Yu Ru asked Xiaohua. They are magical beasts, but naturally more powerful, just like divine beasts. However, they're not quite as powerful as divine beasts. There's also a chance that a spiritual beast can evolve into a divine beast. Xiaohua said. She looked at the tiger cub and said, It's very rare to find a spiritual beast this young, since they're usually with their parents, and for you to make it into your servant, you got incredibly lucky. Yu Ru picked up the ball of fluff and hugged it. Hee, I knew she was special the moment I saw her, but I didn't think she was this special. I really lucked out. Xiaohua nodded and said, That's why you should keep her hidden, unless you absolutely need her. There are people out there who would steal others' servants out of jealousy, especially if they are rare creatures. What, really? How does that work? Stealing another individual's servant? Yu Ru asked. If the master dies, the contract will naturally end, though there are methods to forcefully sever a contract without killing the master. Xiaohua said. That sounds scary, Yu Ru said. Then she called Snowy back just in case. There shouldn't be many people who can recognize a spiritual beast in the lower heavens since they are so rare, but you should still be careful. I understand. Thank you, Xiaohua. Yu-Ru nodded. Does it have any special abilities? Yuan suddenly asked her. Nope. The only thing she can do is bite, but she's too small to even fight effectively, Yu-Ru said. Then she turned to look at Zhao Hua and asked, Is there any way to make spiritual beasts grow faster? I will have to look for another servant if it's going to take a few years before I can let Snowy fight. Xiaohua nodded and said, Yes, there are treasures that can speed up a magical beast's growth, but they are incredibly rare. Great, I will keep that in mind, Yu-Ru said. Sometime later, Yuan said, Let's do some quests together, you two can pick. Are you sure? The quests may be too easy for you, Yu-Ru said. I don't mind. I just want to spend time with you. Okay, then let's go look for some quests. Sometime later, they entered the city and asked around to see whether there was any quest they could do. After about an hour of looking, they accepted a quest that required them to gather some material that can only be obtained from a certain magical beast. The Black Horn Bull can be found at the Orange Field. They're around the 7th level of Spirit Apprentice. I will need as many horns as you can gather, and I will pay 10 gold coins for each horn. A middle-aged man said to them before handing them a map. I understand. We should return soon, Yu-Ru said after leaving the place. Yu-Ru said, according to the map, the Orange Land is quite far away. It's going to take us around 10 hours to get there if we walk. However, if we travel by horses or carriages, it'll be much quicker.
Carriages?
Yuan raised his eyebrows. He then said, I have never ridden in a carriage before. Let's try that out. Okay. Where do we ride carriages? Yuan then asked. There's a store that rents horses with carriage service. Let's go there. Yu-Ru said. Yu-Ru proceeded to lead them to this store. 10 minutes later, they arrived before a large building that had almost a dozen horses on display, and there were even a couple of carriages in the back. Hello, I would like to purchase the carriage service. Yu-Ru approached the reception desk and asked the middle-aged man managing it. Sure thing, young lady. Where are you guys trying to go? And is it going to be a one-way trip or a round trip? The Orange Lands, round trip. Orange Lands, huh? All right, give me a moment to do some calculations. A moment later, he continued. That would be 3 gold coins for the ordinary service and 10 gold coins for the premium service. What's the difference? Yuan asked. The ordinary service will provide you an ordinary horse and an average carriage. You will also have to drive the carriage by yourself. The premium service provides a faster horse, a larger carriage, and even a driver for the carriage for a better experience overall. We'll take the premium service, said Yu-Ru. All right, that'll be 10 gold coins. Yu-Ru nodded and handed 10 gold coins to the manager. Thank you for choosing us, young lady. Give me about 10 minutes to find you a driver. If you have any preferences for the driver, let me know. We even have cultivators who can drive the carriage as well as guards if you need them. However, that will cost additional fees. An ordinary driver is fine, Yu-Ru said. After all, they had Yuan, who was infinitely stronger than any guard they could provide. I understand. The manager disappeared for some time before returning. Your carriage is ready. Please follow me. Yu-Ru and the others followed the manager to the outside, where a decorated carriage and a horse were waiting in the street. Yuan looked at the square-shaped carriage with awe, as this is his first time seeing a carriage in this fashion. A few moments later, they entered the carriage, but there was only room for 4 people. Any more, and it'll become a little cramped. Here, Xiaohua, I will make some room for you, Yuan said when everyone was seated beside her. It's okay. Xiaohua will sit here. Xiaohua said before entering the carriage and taking a seat on Yuan's lap. Is it okay? She asked him afterward. I don't mind. Yuan nodded. When Yu-Ru saw this, she had an idea. Snowy come out. Once the white ball of fluff returned, Yu-Ru had it sit on her lap while she hugged it. Are we ready to move? The driver asked them a moment later. Yes, Yu-Ru said. Then I shall start moving the carriage now. Ha! the driver said before commanding the horses to move, pulling the carriage along with it, Chapter 462, Magical Beasts Blocking the Road. After the carriage left the city, the driver spoke in a loud voice, "We should arrive at Orange Lands in 3 hours if we don't get attacked by wild magical beasts." "Okay, thank you," Yuru responded in a loud voice. Meanwhile, Yuan had his head turned to look outside the window. Riding in a carriage felt like they were riding a slow car that was also quite bumpy, yet there was a distinct difference that made riding a carriage much more enjoyable. "Brother, I just noticed this, but when did your hair grow so long? I don't think my hair has grown since I started playing." Yuro suddenly asked him. Since she was used to Yuan having long hair in the real world, she didn't immediately notice it. "Oh, I ate a treasure that regrew my hair and made it longer. Feng Feng and Xiao Hua said it looked good, so I decided to leave it like this," he said. "I agree with them. You look very handsome." "Don't you think so too, Jingyi?" Yuru asked her. "Eh, why are you asking me?" she quickly began flustering. Sometime later, Yuru asked, "Brother, what have you two been doing recently? Are you doing okay living by yourselves?" Yuan nodded. "Yes, we're doing fine. As for what we've been doing recently, besides cultivation, nothing else really." "Aye, if you have any problems with the apartment, please let me know. I will call someone to fix it." Jaya Jingyi said to him, "Oh, right. I know you said we can live there for free, but I don't want to feel like a freeloader. Please allow me to pay for the rent." "Are you sure the rent is not cheap there, if I have to be honest with you?" "Yes, I am sure. We have made enough money by selling in-game items. If we need more, we can sell more items," Yuan said. After a moment of silence, Jia Yangyi nodded. "Okay, if you insist on paying the rent, I will tell the apartment manager to send you the bill every month starting the next month." "Okay." About an hour later, the carriage came to a sudden stop and the driver shouted, "Esteemed guests, there's a pack of dark wolves blocking the road ahead." "Dark wolves, huh? Let me take care of it." Yuru eagerly left the carriage and retrieved her fan, the same one that Yuan bought for her. She then walked to the front of the carriage and approached the group of dark wolves with a brave expression on her face. Yuan peeked his head out the window to look at the dark wolves. They were all between the level of 3rd level and 5th level spirit apprentice. It was nothing Yuru couldn't handle as a spirit warrior, even if they were in a group. Wind blades. Yuru flicked her arms in an elegant manner, sending a dozen wind blades that sliced through the air. Whoosh! The pack of dark wolves was instantly dismembered by the powerful wind blades that were as sharp as real swords. After killing the magical beasts in a single attack, Yuru used wind blades again to clean up the road. "The road is free again," Yuru said to the dumbfounded carriage driver. Thank you for your efforts, esteemed fairy." The driver stood up and bowed to her in a respectful manner after witnessing her effortlessly kill a dozen magical beasts. Once she returned to the carriage, Yuru rubbed her nose in a prideful manner and said, "Did you see that, brother? I have gotten much better with the technique." "Yes, I saw it very clearly. You have definitely gotten a lot stronger, especially with that technique," Yuan said with a smile on his face. "Well, it's the only offensive technique I have, so I use it all the time, allowing me to master it very quickly," Yu Ro said. It was at this moment that Yuan recalled something that he'd get some cultivation techniques for her. "Ah, I completely forgot to get you new techniques, even though we went to the myriad of techniques. What a blunder." Yuan sighed. "It's okay. We can look for them later. I'm not in a hurry to look for new techniques anyway," Yuro said. "All right." About half an hour later, another magical beast blocked the road. Of course, Yuru went outside to take care of it again. 10 minutes later, the carriage stopped again. "Why are there so many magical beasts blocking the road? Is it always like this? It's like they're doing this on purpose just to mess with us." Yuru was beginning to get tired of them after stopping for the 10th time. "It's common because many people travel this road every day and magical beasts come here to find food. This is why nobody dares to travel without any guards unless they're a powerful cultivator," Xiao Hua said to her. "However, magical beasts aren't the only thing people have to worry about. as bandits and thieves would often target people too. I hope we don't run into any bandits. I'm already overwhelmed by the magical beasts. Yuru sighed. I can take care of the magical beasts if you're tired, Yuan said to her. I'm not physically tired, but it does feel repetitive and boring. It's all right. I will take care of the magical beasts now. Okay, Yuru nodded. Sometime later, the carriage stopped again. Magical beasts, the driver warned. Yuan activated his divine sense and expanded it until he could see the magical beasts. Once he located them, he retrieved his invisible starry abyss and controlled it to clean out the magical beasts without stepping out of the carriage. The carriage driver was shocked when he saw this, as he was unable to comprehend the scene before him. In his eyes, the magical beasts blocking the road were being slaughtered by an invisible force. In just a moment, all of the magical beasts were killed, clearing the road once again. Brother, why are you just sitting there? Aren't you going to take care of the magical beasts? Yuru asked him. Huh. I have already taken care of them, Yuan said, in a calm voice, dumbfounding Yuru and Jia Jingyi, Chapter 463, Internal Destruction. What? You've taken care of the magical beasts already? How is that even possible? Yuru said. Then she peeked her head outside the carriage window to look at the front. What? Yuru! Exclaimed in a shocked voice the very next moment, startling Jia Jingyi. What happened? Jia Jingyi asked her. The magical beasts on the road have all been killed, Yuru said. She pulled her head back inside the carriage before turning to look at Yuan with a look of disbelief on her face. How did you do that? What did you do? She asked him. Yuan lifted his palms and removed the camouflage that kept the starry abyss invisible, revealing to them the secret. Yuru looked at the beautiful black dagger hovering above Yuan's palm and said, Wait a minute. I have seen that dagger before. You used it to remove materials from magical beasts before. Yes, and I can control it without needing to wield it, allowing me to attack from a distance. It's very convenient. Wow, as expected of you, brother. Yuru mumbled in a low voice, her eyes filled with admiration. Shi Yingyi was also impressed by his prowess as well, and she wondered what cultivation level he was at, but she was too shy to ask him, so she could only imagine it inside her mind. Sometime later, the carriage began moving again after the driver snapped out of his daze, and for the rest of the journey, Yuan would take care of the magical beasts before they could even reach the road. About 3 hours after they left Seashell City, their carriage finally arrived at the Orange Lands. Wow, no wonder why they named this place the Orange Lands. There's so much orange color in this place. Yuan mumbled as he admired the orange scenery. From the grass to the trees and the flowers, they were all orange in color, almost like this place was experiencing autumn, while the rest of the world was in a different season. Do you know where are the black horn bulls? Yuan asked the driver. He nodded and pointed to the wilderness in the distance and said, You can find them a few miles in that direction. I will be stationed here until tomorrow, or until you're all ready to return to the city. All right, thank you. Sometime later, Yuru and the others followed the driver's directions and disappeared into the distance. Once they were inside the orange wilderness, Yuan said, Xiaohua, can you look for the black horn bulls for us with your divine sense? Mine is still too weak to search for them efficiently. Sure thing, Brother Yuan, she said. What? Jia Jingyi raised her eyebrows after hearing Xiaohua's words. Did she just call him Yuan? It was at this moment that Yuan realized that Jia Jingyi wasn't aware of his identity, and that he didn't tell Xiaohua to not call him Yuan, as he wasn't prepared for Jia Jingyi's presence. Mishu and Yuru also realized this, but they couldn't think of any good excuses to make so quickly. Xiaohua, call me Brother Yu Tian. Yuan quickly used his divine sense to speak with Xiaohua. Be Brother Yu Tian? Xiaohua said. When Jia Jingyi heard this, she thought to herself, Oh, so I really heard it wrong. Their names sound kind of similar, too. After all, there was no way that Yuru's brother would be that famous player Yuan. Hopefully, she didn't find out. Yuan sighed inwardly. However, he then wondered to himself, Wait, do I really need to hide my identity from her? I think she's trustworthy enough to know about my identity, but it was a little late since he's already tried to hide his identity from her. A moment later, Xiao Hua said, Brother Yua, Yu Tian, there's a couple of black hornbull half a mile in that direction. Okay, let's go. They started moving in the direction that Xiao Hua pointed towards. About 10 minutes later, they stopped moving. Wow, there's so many of them, at least a dozen. How should we take care of them? Yu Ro asked. I can kill them with the starry abyss, but I doubt you'd want me to do that, Yuan said. That's right, brother. If you do everything for us, it wouldn't be fun. We're here for the experience, after all. Then she said, I'm going to use wind blades to take out as many as I can. Jingyi, you'll take care of the ones that I miss, okay? Zhao Jingyi nodded her head before taking a seat on the ground and retrieving a familiar-looking object from her spatial ring. That's a zither? You can play the zither? Yuan was surprised to see Zhao Jingyi pull out a zither. Yes, Zhao Jingyi said as she placed the zither on her lap, and she continued, the zither is similar to some of the instruments I play, so I picked it as my main weapon. We can talk about this later. Let's deal with the black horn bulls for now before they notice us or run away, Yu Ru said to them. Are you ready? She then asked Zhao Jingyi. I am good then. Let me begin. After taking a deep breath, Yu Ro began fanning her fan many times in quick succession, sending out many wind blades at the herd of black horn bulls that were eating the orange grass on the ground. The wind blades went straight through the trees that blocked their path, knocking them down. In just a few moments, Yu Ro had slain a little over half of the magical beasts. When the other black horn bulls saw this, they immediately stopped eating and pointed their pointy black horns in their direction. Jingyi, they are coming, Yu Ru warned her. Got it. Shia Gingyi then pulled the strings on the zither with spiritual energy applied to her fingers and the zither itself. The next second, many ripples began appearing in the area. And the moment the ripples touched the magical beasts, they stopped moving and coughed up blood before falling to the ground in a lifeless manner. Wow, what kind of technique is that? This is my first time seeing it, Yuan asked her afterward. It's an earth-grade zither technique that allows me to attack my targets internally, she said. What? That sounds overpowered. Attacking them internally. Doesn't this mean you can easily defeat all of your enemies? Yuan said. Not really. My attacks can easily be repelled if someone has enough spiritual energy protecting their body also. It doesn't have much of a range, so I can only use it when I'm close to them with someone protecting me. She then said, Do you want to learn the technique? I can lend you the technique if you want. Really? You won't mind? Yuan asked her. I don't mind. I bought it with my own money and I have already learned it. Yek Jingyi then took out the technique from her spatial ring before handing it to Yuan, casually. Yuan was speechless. He didn't think she'd be willing to give him an earth-grade technique so easily and completely for free. You're too generous, Jingyi. Yu Ru chuckled. I owe you, Yuan said to her. He then opened the book and started reading it. You're going to study it now. It took me almost 2 weeks to learn it. Yak Jingyi said to him, You have learned silent pulse of internal destruction. It's okay. I have already learned the technique, Yuan said as he closed the book literally half a minute later. What? Jia Jingyi stared at him with a baffled look on her face. Ha ha ha, you should look at your own face right now. Jingyi, did you forget? My brother is a once-in-a-thousand-years genius who has mastered multiple instruments at a young age. Yu Ru said to her, Oh, right, I forgot about that. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? Here's the technique. Thanks again. Yuan returned the technique to her after holding it for less than a minute. Let's harvest their horns before we continue. Yu Ru then said, after spending a couple of minutes removing the black horns, Xiao Hua used her divine sense to look for more black horn bulls a mile that way. She pointed to the south a moment later. All right, let's go. I want to test out my new technique already, Yuan said, eagerly heading in that direction. While they walked, Jia Jingyi asked Yu Ru in a low voice, How does she do that? locating the black horn bulls from so far away. And who is she? I have been wondering for a while now, Xiaohua. How should I explain this? Yuro pondered for a moment before continuing. Well, she's an NPC, a really powerful one at that, and she's currently traveling with my brother for some reason. What? She's an NPC? I couldn't tell at all. Zie Jingyi said, That happens a lot in this game. Too often, in fact. Sometime later, they found more blackhorn bulls traveling slowly in a group. Great. Now, let me test out this new technique, Yuan said. Do you want to use my zither as well? Zie Jingyi asked him. It's fine. I have my own zither. Thank you for the offer, though. He then retrieved the soul ensnaring zither.
Wow, what a beautiful zither.
Zia Jingyi muttered in awe when she saw his zither, thinking to herself that it must be a high-grade treasure. Chapter 464, Please Have Mercy. After retrieving the soul ensnaring zither, Yuan took a seat on the soft ground and placed the zither on his lap. He then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A moment of pure silence later, he opened his eyes and his fingers flicked the strings extremely quickly. Whoosh! A massive ripple appeared from the zither and swept the place in an instant. The next second, the blackhorn bulls didn't even have the time to react before their bodies exploded into a bloody mess. When Xia Jingyi used the technique, the blackhorn bulls didn't explode violently, so when she saw the results, she began gagging from shock, nearly puking. Whoa, brother. I think you went a little overboard. Even Yu-Ru had to take a step back with a disgusted look on her face after seeing the magical beast's guts and internal organs flying all over the place. Even though they were magical beasts, Yu-Ru felt sorry for them. Luckily for them, they were standing far enough, or the blood and organs would have definitely hit them. Yuan's jaw dropped wide open when he saw the results. I also didn't think it would be so powerful, he exclaimed a moment later. Brother Tian, did you forget your cultivation base? Even a mortal rank cultivation technique will display extraordinary strength if it's used by you, Xiaohua said to him. Even if you say that, this is my first time using a zither technique, so I didn't know how to control my strength, Yuan sighed. If an earth rank zither technique is already this destructive, he cannot imagine how powerful his divine rank zither technique could be, and he was afraid of finding out. There's no way we can harvest their horns when they're in this state. Meikshu said a moment later, I'm sorry. Yuan apologized to them. Brother, you're banned from using that technique if we're with you. It's simply too gruesome, Yu-Ro said to him afterward. I understand. Yuan nodded. He then turned to look at Jia Jingyi and asked her, Are you okay? She wiped the tears from her eyes and nodded. Yes, I was just shocked. I'm sorry. He apologized again. Shortly after, they went to look for more black horn bulls. Meikshu, do you want to try fighting them? Yu-Ru suddenly asked her. Eh? I don't know any techniques besides my cultivation technique, she said. What? You still don't have any techniques? Yu-Ru looked at her with wide eyes. She then looked at Yuan, who merely shook his head and said, Looks like we'll be returning to the myriad of techniques sooner than I'd anticipated. Since Mishu didn't have any martial techniques, Yu-Ru and Jia Jingyi took care of the magical beasts without making a huge mess. After that batch, they continued to spend a couple more hours hunting blackhorn bulls until they essentially hunted almost all of them in the area. How many horns did we collect? Yu-Ru asked Yuan at the end. About 400, give or take, he said. So 4,000 gold coins, huh? That's extremely good for a single quest, and it didn't even take us that long, Yu-Ru said. And it is mostly thanks to Xiaohua for locating the magical beasts for us, or this would have taken much longer. So thank you, Xiaohua. Xiaohua nodded silently. Are we going to go back now? Yuan asked them. Yes. Once we hand in our quest, we can go shopping for some cultivation techniques, though I doubt 4,000 gold coins will be enough to buy even half a technique. Yu-Ru said, Money, huh? Xiaohua, do you still have the spirit stones I gave you? Feng Feng said that you didn't spend it. Xiao Huan nodded and retrieved the storage pouch containing the spirit stones and handed it to him. Xiao Hua didn't use it, and if Brother Tian needs more money, Xiao Hua still has the money from the auction. Xiao Hua reminded him that she still has money from selling her heaven-grade treasure, something that even she forgot about for a moment. Okay, we'll use it if we really need it. Yuan nodded, no longer feeling as reluctant to use that money anymore for some reason. Sometime later, they returned to the carriage where the driver was taking a nap. Are you ready to return to the city already, esteemed guests? The driver woke up when he noticed their presence. Yes. Once everyone was inside the carriage, the driver began driving the carriage back to the city. On their way back to the city, they talked about what kind of techniques they wanted to get. Meishu, what martial technique do you want? In fact, what kind of weapons do you want to use? Yuan asked her. I don't know. Do you have any experience with weapons? I know you have combat experience working as a servant for the Yu family, since you're expected to be a bodyguard as well. What did your mother teach you? Yuru asked her. Well, everything, Meishu said. When we're trained, we're not just trained as servants. We also have bodyguard training as well as other things, and as the future personal servant of Yua, Yu Tian, I had to train more than the others, so I am proficient with a lot of weapons, especially guns, Meishu said. Wow, I didn't know that. Yuan began seeing Meishu in a new light now. Yuru chuckled and said, Brother, Meishu is probably strong enough to beat you in a fight without any cultivation techniques or cultivation. Really? She's that powerful? Yuan's eyes widened. Yuru nodded. I have seen her beat up people twice her size by accident once. It really widened my eyes. Meishu blushed slightly after hearing Yuru's words. Anyways, guns, huh? Are there any weapons in the cultivation world that resemble guns? Yuru wondered. What's a gun? Xiao Hua asked, Well, how should I explain this? It's a weapon that comes in many different sizes and shapes, but they all do the same thing, shooting bullets, Yuru said. However, Xiao Hua didn't understand a word she'd just said. Meishu then said, Imagine a weapon that can shoot a small rock so quickly that it can pierce one's body, kind of like a bow and an arrow. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and said like a slingshot. Yes, something like that. Xiao Hua then shook her head and said, Xiao Hua has never seen anyone using slingshots as a weapon of choice, but there are many people who use bows and arrows. Bows, I have never used a bow before, Meishu said. What about just using your fists, Meishu? Besides guns, you should also have plenty of hand-to-hand combat, said Yuro. Meishu nodded. Hand techniques, huh? I actually have one on me right now, Yuan suddenly said, and he asked her, Do you want to try learning it? Okay, Yuan then retrieved the ancient rank technique he'd obtained from the Dragon Temple and handed it to Meishu in a casual manner. While he also wanted to learn the technique, he never really got the chance to do so, as he has been busy with cultivation in the real world shortly after leaving the Dragon Temple. Thank you. After accepting the technique, she opened it. Meishu's eyes widened when she saw the rank of the technique, but she didn't say anything, and she proceeded to study the technique until they returned to Seashell City a few hours later. How was it? Were you able to understand it? Yuan asked her. Meishu shook her head and said, I think the technique is too complex for me right now. I see. Don't worry. I'm sure we'll find something suitable for you at the myriad of techniques, Yuan said to her after storing the technique back into his spatial ring. Thank you for your business, the driver said to them after dropping them off inside the city. Yuru and the others began making their way back to the store to turn in their harvest. Welcome, young lady. You're back already? Did you forget something? The manager there asked Yuru when she returned much faster than he'd anticipated. No, I'm here to hand in the horns we have hunted, Yuru said. The manager raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. He can only imagine how little horns they have collected after leaving for such a short time, but he didn't say that to them. Okay, let me see how many you've collected. 10 gold coins each, he said a moment later. Yuru then looked at Yuan and said, Let him see them, brother. Yuan nodded and went to look for an empty and spacious spot to dump the black horn. Once he found the spot, he went there and began dumping out the black horns from his spatial ring. The manager's jaw dropped when he saw the black horns piling up into a small mountain inside his shop. In fact, he has never seen so many black horns gathered in the same place at once before, and the manager began worrying about whether he would be able to afford to pay them for so many black horns. Yu-Ru chuckled when she saw the manager's reaction, as this reminded her of her first quest with Yuan when they had to gather spirit grass, and Xiaohua collected so much that the manager of that store began sweating. Okay, that should be the last one. Please count them. Yuan said to the manager after dumping out all of the black horns. The manager showed a crying smile before kneeling on the floor and crying out loud, "Please have mercy." The manager's response immediately dumbfounded Yuan and the others, as they didn't know why he was crying or pleading for mercy. Chapter 465. Returning to the myriad of techniques. Why? Why are you on the floor? Yuan asked the manager in a dumbfounded voice. Please, young master, have mercy. Even if you take out so many black horns, my store cannot afford all of them, the manager said in a crying voice. Yuan was speechless. This is the reason why he kowtowed to them. Can't he simply tell them that they didn't have enough money? That's fine. How much can you buy? The manager lifted his head and asked in a dumbfounded voice, Yeah, you're willing to forgive me? Yes, Yuan said. The manager then stood up and said, About 100 horns is the most I can afford. That's fine. Thank you, young master. Please give me a minute to prepare the money. About 10 minutes later, the manager returned with 1,000 gold coins in his hands. Here you go, young master. After accepting the money, Yuan handed it to Yu-Ro. Shall we leave now? Yu-Ro nodded. Well, wait a moment, young master. What about the rest of your black horns? The manager asked him. Oh, you can keep them, Yuan said in a casual manner. Excuse me. The manager looked at him with wide eyes filled with disbelief. Even if you cannot buy them, we have no use for them, so we'll give them to you for free, Yuan said to the manager. Really? Yes, you don't mind it either, right, Yu-Ru? Yuan asked her. I don't really care. We did it mostly for the experience anyway. She nodded, although 3,000 gold coins may be worth a lot to the average player in front of Yu-Ru, who was exposed to wealth countless times more than that by Yuan. It was as little as a drop of water in an ocean. Thank you very much, esteemed guests. The manager bowed to them and refused to lift his head until they left. Are we going to the myriad of techniques now? Yu-Ru asked after they left. It's getting dark outside, so let's wait until tomorrow, Yuan said as he looked at the darkening sky. All right, see you guys later, Yu-Ru said to them. Good night, Xia Jingyi said. After logging off, Mei Shu began cooking dinner. Meanwhile, Yuan tried his best to break through to Spirit Master. I should have asked Xiaohua when I had the chance. I guess I will do it tomorrow. Yuan sighed inwardly. After failing to break through, Yuan stopped trying until after dinner. The following morning, after breakfast, Yuan and Michu met up with Yu-Ru and Xia Jingyi. Good morning, brother, Yu-Ru waved at them. Good morning, Xia Jingyi said. Morning. Are you guys ready to head to the myriad of techniques? Yuan asked them. Yes. Is there one in this city? Yuan then asked. There is. I looked it up yesterday. Follow me, Yu-Ru said to them. Yuan and the others followed Yu-Ru, and after walking for about 20 minutes, they arrived at this ordinary-looking store. It feels like yesterday, Yuan mumbled in a low voice. They entered the store a moment later, and a beautiful woman greeted them with a bright smile on her face. However, this beautiful woman wasn't Zhu Yuing like Yuan had expected. It was an entirely different person. She did say that she'll be replaced soon, Yuan thought to himself. Welcome to the myriad of techniques. If this is your first time at our store, please put your hand on this crystal ball. Everybody there looked at Xia Jingyi, as this was her first time to this place, while everyone else had already been here before. Xia Jingyi stepped forward and placed her hand on the crystal ball, which glowed a golden color. A heavenly destiny? Congratulations, young lady. You can access the first and second floor of the store. As for everyone else, you may go to whichever floor you're authorized and don't try to cheat because we have records of your results, the woman said to them. Once they passed the entrance, Yuan said to them, Meishu, you, Ru, Jingyi, you three can go look for a technique. I will be in the waiting room. You're not coming with us? Ru asked him. I want to take this time to learn a technique that I've recently acquired, and I have something to talk to Xiao Hua about. Okay, then we'll be back. After Ru and the others left, Xiao Hua turned to look at Yuan and asked him, Brother Yuan wants to speak with Xiao Hua? Yuan nodded and said, To be completely honest, I think I'm at a bottleneck. Do you remember that one time when you shared your experience breaking through to Spirit Warrior with me? Can you also do the same for Spirit Master? Brother Yuan is at a bottleneck? How is that possible? Xiao Hua raised her eyebrows. Well, it's a little bit complicated, he sighed. It's okay. If Brother Yuan needs help, Xiao Hua will do everything in her power to assist. Thank you. Once they were in the waiting room that was a spacious area with many chairs spread out, Yuan took a seat on the floor and Xiao Hua stood in front of him. She then raised her hand and poked him in the forehead with a soft glow on the tip of her fingers. Yuan closed his eyes the next moment, and he began experiencing what Xiao Hua had experienced when she tried to break through to Spirit Master. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the store, Ru and the other two ladies wandered around the store. Do you have any techniques in mind? Ru asked Mishu. No idea. I also don't have any idea. Let's just look around, I guess. Thus, they proceeded to spend the next couple of hours looking through every single technique on the first floor, as there were tens of thousands of techniques on the first floor alone. As for Yuan, he'd experienced breaking through to Spirit Master, hundreds, thousands of times in these hours. Chapter 466, Ancient Seal. After spending a few hours experiencing Xiao Hua's experience, Yuan finally opened his eyes and looked around. They're not back yet? They came back about an hour ago to tell us that they'll need a few more hours on the second floor, but Brother Yuan was absorbed in his own thing. Xiao Hua said to him, Oh, I see. That's fine. I still have a technique to learn anyway. And thanks for showing me your experience, Xiao Hua. I think I understand why I cannot break through. Why? Xiao Hua asked. It's most likely due to the lack of spiritual energy in that place, he said. Xiao Hua nodded and said, Spiritual energy is incredibly important when one is trying to break through because they'll need a massive amount of spiritual energy, hence why people usually choose a place with the most spiritual energy before they attempt to break through. I see, this is going to be pretty tricky, Yuan sighed. As a cripple who cannot move without the assistance of a wheelchair and Mikshu, it would be difficult for him to find a location with better spiritual energy than his room, and because of their situation, it wouldn't be smart to wander outside. I guess I will have to put my breakthrough on hold and practice my divine sense for now, Yuan thought to himself. If Brother Yuan cannot find a place with good spiritual energy, he can look for treasures that contain a large amount of spiritual energy instead, Xiao Hua suddenly said. A treasure that's even more tricky, Yuan said, as he wasn't sure if there were any treasures in the real world that contained spiritual energy. If only we can somehow transfer the treasures in this world back to the real world, Yuan sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, unlike transferring knowledge from Cultivation Online to the real world, it was simply impossible to transfer physical objects like treasures to the real world, no matter how he thought about it. Thanks for the advice, Xiao Hua, Yuan said to her before taking out the ancient rank martial technique he'd obtained from the Dragon Temple and reading through it. The instant he opened the scroll, Yuan could see images flowing into his head, and it was like watching a movie play inside his head. There was a handsome young man with long blonde hair practicing on a mountain peak, and every time he punched his fists out, it would create the image of a dragon that would fly into the distance before creating a hole in whatever it touched. What a powerful technique, Yuan mumbled in a low voice as he continued to watch this talented youth practice the technique, Relentless Dragon Overwhelms the Nine Heavens. Of course, what Yuan was experiencing right now didn't occur to Mikshu when she tried to learn the technique in the carriage. Perhaps it had something to do with their compatibility, but Yuan comprehended the technique at a frightening rate. While Yuan tried to comprehend the technique, Xiaohua sat beside him like some kind of guardian, making sure that nobody disturbs him. However, no matter how powerful Xiaohua may be, she didn't have the capabilities to protect Yuan from everything, and one of these things being sound. Ah! A loud voice suddenly resounded in the waiting room, snapping Yuan back to reality. "It's you again. You're definitely stalking me." Yuan frowned when he heard this voice, and he turned to look at the door, where a blonde-haired beauty was standing with a couple of techniques in her grasp. Yuan sighed inwardly when he saw this beauty. "What are you doing here?" "I have been here since this morning," Yuan said to her. "And I have been here since last night," she quickly responded. "Don't you get tired of this? Just go on and continue your trial for the 4 ancient families." Yuan sighed out loud. So you knew my identity this entire time, and you still claim that you're not stalking me? I don't buy it," the girl said to him with a look of disbelief on her face. "No, somebody recognized your uniform and told me, you know what? Forget it. There's no point talking to you." Yuan sighed out loud. The fierce girl gritted her teeth and said, You are freaking lucky that we're inside the myriad of techniques right now, or I would have already smashed your face in." Yuan shrugged and responded in a calm voice. "Did you not learn from last time? Go ahead and punch me if you want to experience that pain again." The girl suddenly felt a dull pain on her feet when Yuan reminded her about the last incident. Forget it. You can follow me all you like, but if you dare to try and do anything funny, I will smash your face in." The fierce girl then took a seat on the other side of the room and proceeded to ignore him. Yuan also ignored her and continued to study the technique. However, to Yuan's surprise, Xiaohua stood up and approached the fierce girl. The girl turned to look at Xiaohua with a frown on her face. "What do you want?" Xiaohua stared at her for a good moment before speaking. "You're from the 4 ancient families, right? How much power do you hold within the family? Why do you care?" Xiaohua then said, "Do you have the ancient seal?" The girl's eyes widened with surprise, and she quickly stood up and backed away from Xiaohua. "Who are you? Why do you know about the ancient seal?" Xiaohua remained silent. "I asked you a question. Why do you know about the ancient seal?" The fierce girl then raised her hand before throwing it at Xiaohua's face. "Xiaohua," Yuan stood up, but before he could even do anything, Xiaohua waved her sleeves and calmly caught the attack perfectly. "You." The girl's eyes widened with shock after feeling an unfathomable strength coming from Xiaohua, Chapter 467, Primordial Realm. "Let me go," the fierce lady shouted when Xiaohua didn't release her fist. "If anything happens to me, my family will, without a doubt, avenge me." After a moment of silence, Xiaohua released her grasp on the lady, letting her free. "Now tell me how you know about the ancient seal," the lady repeated. "That is something only the top ranks in the family should know about. If you do not have the ancient seal, then Xiaohua is no longer interested in speaking with you," Xiaohua said to her before turning around and walking back to Yuan in a nonchalant manner. You little brat," the fierce girl gritted her teeth, yet she didn't dare to approach Xiaohua. "If you don't tell me how you know about the ancient seal, I will tell my family about you. You can either answer me or answer my family. And if you choose the latter, just know that they won't be as patient as I am now." Xiaohua turned to look at her and said, "The ancient seal may be a secret in the lower heavens, but in the upper heavens, everybody knows about it. What?" The girl's eyes widened with shock, as this was new information for her. Are you trying to tell me that you're from the upper heavens? What are you doing here? And why do you need the ancient seal?" she asked Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't say anything and turned back around, ignoring her. If you tell me, I will tell you where the ancient seal is," the girl suddenly said. Xiaohua immediately turned around upon hearing this, but when she saw the girl's face, Xiaohua turned back around and said, "You're lying." What? I'm not lying. I will really tell you." However, Xiaohua ignored her. "Fine. If you want to play this game, I will play with you." The lady then grabbed her techniques before storming outside the place. "Is everything okay, Xiaohua?" Wouldn't it be problematic if the 4 ancient families came after us? Yuan asked her afterward. Xiaohua nodded and said she won't tell her family about this, and even if they do come after us, Xiaohua can deal with them. You sound confident that she won't tell her family. Why is that? Yuan asked. Because she cannot contact her family unless she completes her trial, no matter the situation. I see. What about the ancient seal? What is that? The ancient seal is a treasure that each of the 4 ancient families owns, and if one gathers all 4, they will get to enter the primordial realm. Primordial realm? What kind of place is that? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. Xiaohua looked at Yuan in silence for a good moment before mumbling in a low voice, "The primordial realm is Xiaohua's home." What? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. Home as in the place you were born? Yuan asked her. Xiaohua nodded. The primordial realm is a special place that isn't part of the 9 heavens, and Xiaohua was born there. However, due to reasons, Xiaohua had to leave the primordial realm. After pondering for a moment, Yuan decided to ask her a question that he has been curious about for a long time now. Does it have anything to do with being an exile? Xiaohua's eyes widened with shock upon hearing his question. When did Brother Yuan learn about exiles? Xiaohua asked him in a shaky voice, clearly feeling nervous. I have known about it for over a month now, but to tell you the truth, I have no idea what an exile is, and I was hoping to get some clarification from you, Yuan said. Xiaohua turned silent upon hearing his words, seeing Xiaohua's nervousness. Yuan continued in a gentle voice. Xiaohua, no matter who you are or what background you have, I will always be on your side. I'm asking because I'm worried that you might need help, but I won't be able to help you if I don't know anything. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua nodded and said, An exile is someone who has been banished from the 9 heavens by the celestial emperor, and the primordial realm is a place where exiles gather. Xiaohua's family did something bad in the past, so everyone in the family was exiled. Of course, this included the future generations of the family. What? So someone in your family did something bad, and everyone in the family got punished, including the innocent. Yuan was speechless, finding the judgment to be cruel and unfair, especially towards the innocent children and those who will join the family in the future. Xiaohua nodded and continued. Once exiled, they cannot enter the 9 heavens again, or they will be hunted by everyone in the 9 heavens, and once someone is branded as an exile, they cannot remove that title no matter how much time passes or what they do. However, there is one exception, the Supreme Heaven's legacy. If an exile can fulfill the legacy, that person and their family will be allowed to return to the 9 heavens and will no longer be regarded as exiles. However, only one person per family can hold the legacy, and Zhao Hua was chosen to fulfill this legacy. Unbelievable to think your family would give someone so young so much responsibility, forcing you to bear such a heavy burden. Yuan sighed. It's okay. Zhao Hua wanted to do it as well. As for your legacy, we just need to reach the Supreme Heaven, right? Yuan then asked. Zhao Hua nodded, and she said, Yes, but reaching the Supreme Heaven is just the beginning of the legacy. Xiaohua doesn't know anything else beyond that. It's okay, we'll find out when we get there, Yuan said. Brother Yuan, there's still one more thing you should know about exiles, she suddenly said. Yuan looked at her with a smile and said, It's okay, you can tell me. Chapter 468, Hunted by the 9 Heavens. As an exile, despite holding the Supreme Heaven's legacy, Xiaohua will be constantly hunted by other cultivators, so she might bring trouble to Brother Yuan. Xiaohua said to him, What? Why do you have to be hunted when you're a legacy holder? Yuan asked her with wide eyes. Because that's how the Celestial Emperor made it. He wanted to make it as difficult as possible for exiles to escape their fate. If it was so easy to complete the legacy, people would have escaped the primordial realm long ago. However, after millions of years, nobody has managed to achieve true freedom, Xiaohua said. Not only are we hunted by everyone in the 9 heavens, but we also have our strength limited so that we wouldn't be able to ascend too quickly. That's just not fair. It's like they're treating exiles as animals. Yuan was speechless. Fortunately, Xiaohua won't have to worry about being hunted until after the third heaven, where cultivators have the ability to discern those who are exiles. Is this why Miss Xu warned me to leave Xiaohua's side as soon as possible? Because Xiaohua will be constantly hunted by others, and if I'm with her, I might also get hunted. Yuan finally realized why Shujaki said what she said at that time. It turned out that she was only concerned about him. However, even if the entire world goes after Xiaohua, Yuan has already decided that he wouldn't abandon her no matter what. Don't worry, Xiaohua. Even if the entire world is against you, I will be on your side. In the first place, you didn't do anything wrong. If I ever get a chance to speak with the Celestial Emperor, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind and seek justice for you. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Xiaohua said, feeling relieved that Yuan didn't decide to abandon her because of her status. Xiaohua, do you wish to visit your home? Is that why you asked that girl for the ancient seal? Yuan asked her a moment later. Xiaohua nodded and said, one cannot leave the primordial realm without the Supreme Heaven's legacy, but once they leave, they cannot return to the primordial realm without the ancient seal. With the ancient seals, one can enter the primordial realm as they wish. I see. Do you think the 4 ancient families will lend us their ancient seals? Probably not, but it doesn't matter what the 4 ancient families think. As long as the person holding the ancient seal is willing, they can hand over the ancient seal. Xiaohua said, oh, who is currently holding the ancient seals? We won't know unless we try. Yuan said, sounding a little enthusiastic. Xiaohua shook her head and said, Xiaohua only knows that each family has one person holding the ancient seal, but that person's identity is very secretive, and only important figures in the families would hold such information. Furthermore, the person holding the ancient seal can be anywhere in the 9 heavens. For example, there could be a seal holder in the 3rd heaven, while the other seal holders are in the other heavens. After all, the 4 ancient families exist all over the 9 heavens.
What?
So you're telling me that there could be a seal holder in the supreme heaven? That makes things even more complicated. Yuan sighed. Yes, but the 4 ancient seal holders will gather in the same location once every 10 years to make sure that everybody still has their seal. If we can find out the location and time of their next meeting, perhaps we might be able to meet all of them at once, Xiaohua said. But just meeting them won't do any good. We need to convince them to lend us their ancient seals too, and that will probably be the hardest part. Brother Yuan, we should forget about this for now. There's no point looking for the ancient seals now. Even if we somehow acquire it now, we won't be able to go there, she said. Why not? Yuan asked. Because Brother Yuan is too weak. If we go there now, you will most definitely die. What? The primordial realm is that dangerous. I thought it was your home? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. Yes, that is where Xiaohua's family is located. But there are other exiles living there as well, not to mention the chaotic energy in that world. It's called the primordial realm, mainly because of the chaotic energy that's very common in the primordial era. And if one doesn't have sufficient cultivation, they will be crushed to death just by being around that chaotic energy. Wow. Doesn't this mean everybody living inside the primordial realm are incredibly powerful cultivators? Yuan asked. Xiaohua nodded and said, they are so powerful that when babies are born, they already have the cultivation base of a spirit lord. What? Born as a spirit lord? People can be born as cultivators? Yuan was shocked when he heard this, as this is his first time hearing such information. Yes. In the upper heavens, many people are born already with a cultivation base, because their parents help them by nurturing them with spiritual energy even before they are born. Heavens? Now, I really want to go to the primordial realm, Yuan mumbled to himself. Some time later, Yuan returned to studying the ancient rank technique until Yuru and the others returned. Sorry it took so long, brother. There were just so many techniques to look at, and we didn't know what we wanted. Yuru apologized to him afterward. I don't mind, Yuan said. Since you're back, does this mean you're finally finished? What kind of cultivation techniques did you guys pick? Yuan asked them, and he could see each of them holding on to scrolls. Well, we picked a lot, but we're not sure if we want them just yet, since we still need to see if we can afford them. Yu Ru said, Chapter 469, Free. Don't worry about the price. I will pay for them, even if you can afford it. Yuan said to Yu Ru after hearing her words. Really? Yu Ru's eyes flickered with excitement. Although it felt weird at first, she eventually got used to being spoiled by Yuan. Now she even enjoys being spoiled, Mishu. Miss Xia, I will also pay for your techniques. Eh? You don't have to pay for my stuff as well, Jia Jingyi said in a surprised voice, and she continued, Also, you can just call me Jingyi. It feels weird being called Miss by someone older than me. It's okay. Just let me pay for it. It'll also feel weird for me if I pay for everyone else but you. Yuan insisted on paying for her cultivation techniques. Oh, okay. Thank you, Senior Yu. Senior Yu? Just call me Yu Tian, Yuan chuckled. Anyways, let's go check out the techniques. A few minutes later, they arrived at the reception desk. Hello, we'd like to check the prices for these techniques, Yuro said to the young man working behind the desk. The young man turned to look at Yuru with a pondering expression on his face. Oh, I remember you. You're that girl who bought the wind blade technique a while ago, the young man said, as he was there during Yuan and Yuru's first visit to the store. He then turned to look at Yuan. It's good to see you again, Senior. Hello, you're still working at the desk? You don't have to rotate with another person like Zhu Yuying? Yuan asked him. Haha, I'm a permanent worker here, so no, I don't have any replacements, he said. I see anyways. How much for these techniques? Let me see what you got. Yuru and the others placed the techniques in their grasp on the table, and the young man immediately began looking through the scrolls. Your total will come out to 0 gold coins, the young man said with a smile on his face. Excuse me? Yuru raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner, clearly doubting what she'd just heard. Did you just say 0 gold coins? Isn't that basically free? Yuan asked with a surprised look on his face. Yes, it's free. The young man nodded. Why is it free? Jia Jingyi asked him. The young man looked at Yuan and said, As long as you're part of the faction, everything in the myriad of techniques is free, as long as the technique is below heaven rank. Faction? What is he talking about, brother? Yuru turned to ask him. I will explain later, Yuan said. Then he turned to look at the young man and asked, Are there any limitations like I cannot share or sell the techniques? After all, getting all of the techniques I want for free sounds a little bit too good to be true. The only limitation is that you are limited to 10 free techniques a year. If you want to sell or share the technique, you are free to do so, the young man said. Yuru and Sha Jingyi turned to look at each other with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. They were shocked speechless by Yuan's privilege. What exactly is a faction, and how do they join it? My parents had to shell out a few $1 billion to acquire a heaven-rank cultivation technique, but Brother Tian only needed to join a faction to obtain 10 free techniques every year as long as it's below heaven rank. Yuru thought to herself, If you think this is too good to be true, just wait until you achieve a higher faction rank, since the higher your rank, the better techniques you get to take for free. The young man continued, Are you also part of the faction? Yuan couldn't help but ask him. Of course not. It's too unrealistic for me, to the point where I cannot even dream about being part of Master Bai's faction. Then how did you know that I'm part of the faction? Yuan then asked. The young man then retrieved a talisman from under the desk and said, When this talisman glows gold, it means there's someone from the faction in front of me. That's how I knew. Wow, that's pretty neat. Do you think I can get one as well? I'm sorry, Senior, but this isn't something that can be given to everyone, even if they're from the faction. I only have one because I'm working at the myriad of techniques. If you want one, you'll have to acquire the rank of captain, the young man explained to him. I see, thanks for letting me know, Yuan said. He then turned to look at Yuru and the others. Since I can acquire any technique below heaven rank for free and I still have 10 slots this year, do you want to go back and look around some more? I wouldn't be surprised if there were some techniques that caught your interest, but you decided to ignore them because you were worried about the price. Really? You're going to use your precious 10 slots for us? Yuru looked at him with wide eyes. Yes, I don't mind. Yuan nodded. Thank you, brother. I love you, Yuru said to him. Thank you, Yu Tian. I will definitely return this favor one day in the future. Jie Jingyi lowered her head and bowed to him. Guess I will hold on to these techniques for now, the young man said with a smile on his face. Yuru and the others left the place shortly after and returned to the second floor to look at the techniques one more time. Yingjing, what about you? You only know a single technique right now, right? You should look around, too. Yuan said to her afterward. Lan Yingying then appeared before him and said, Is it really okay for me to get a technique as well? Of course. He nodded. Chapter 470 Contest. Once everyone besides Xiaohua left, Yuan returned to the waiting room and proceeded to continue studying the ancient rank fist technique. Even though he clearly showed great compatibility with the technique, Yuan was unable to learn this technique as easily as he learned the other techniques. As expected of an ancient rank technique, I cannot learn it as quickly as I learned the other techniques. Yuan thought to himself, Now that I think about it, the dragon's gaze is also an ancient rank technique, and it took me a couple of weeks to learn that technique. Although only a week had passed in real time, I had experienced many weeks while I was studying the technique inside my head, so I should still count it as such. If he uses the dragon's gaze as an example, he will probably need at least a few weeks to learn the fist technique. Though this didn't discourage Yuan. In fact, it only made him study the technique even more seriously. Time passed extremely quickly while Yuan was absorbed in studying the technique, and before he was aware, the ladies returned to his side with new techniques in their grasp. We're back, brother, Yuru said to him. Yuan opened his eyes and looked at them. Both Mishu and Zhe Jingyi were holding a single scroll, while Yuru had 2 scrolls. Yuan looked around for Lan Yingying. Brother, who are you looking for? Yuru asked him. Yingjing, she's still looking for a technique, he said. Yingjing? Who? Yuru raised her eyebrows. It was at this moment Yuan realized that he had yet to tell Yuru about Lan Yingying. I forgot to introduce her to you, but her name is Lan Yingying, and she's like Xiaohua and Feng Feng. Yuan gave her a brief explanation. Like Xiaohua and Feng Feng? Yuru pondered. Oh, I completely forgot Brother Tian had acquired an ancient grade servant during the Mystic Realm. I wonder what she looks like. Yuru recalled the announcement that shook the internet for an entire week. About an hour later, a white-haired beauty entered the waiting room, instantly catching Yuru and Jie Jingyi's attention. I apologize for making you wait so long, my lord. Lan Yingying said to him after she returned. My lord? Yuru raised her eyebrows. Lan Yingying bowed to Yuru and Jie Jingyi and said, Hello, my name is Lan Yingying, and I am the Lord's servant. Servant? Is she role-playing? Jie Jingyi wondered inwardly, as she wasn't aware of Lan Yingying's true identity as a divine beast. Hello, I am Yuru, and I am Yu Tian's younger sister. Yuru introduced herself. Jie Jingyi, and I am Yuru's classmate. Jie Jingyi said, By the way, Yingying is an NPC. Yuan said to Jie Jingyi. Eh? Oh, then she probably doesn't know about classmates. Well, we're something like fellow disciples of the same sect. Jie Jingyi explained herself afterward. After their introduction, Yuan took them back to the young man at the reception dais. 6 heaven rank techniques, huh? What about the ones you found previously? Do you still want them? The young man asked them. No, we'll just take the new techniques. Yuru shook her head. I understand. I will place them back for you later. Sorry for the trouble, Yuan said. Don't mention it. I'm merely doing my job. The young man proceeded to log in the techniques they took, and after a couple of minutes he handed the scrolls back to Yuru and the others. All right, you're all set. Senior, you have 4 more free techniques for the rest of the year. It will reset at the beginning of next year. I understand. Thank you. Yuan nodded. See you next time, seniors. The young man bowed to them as they left the place. Wow, it's already this late? I would like to study the new techniques, but we can do that later, Yuru said when she realized that it was already late at night. Good night. After saying their goodbyes, they logged off the game. What kind of technique did you get? Mikshu, Yuan asked her during dinner. Oh, it's a movement technique, she said. Eh? A movement technique? You only got one technique, right? What about a martial technique? Although having a movement technique is great, you cannot win a fight just by dodging, Yuan said. I think I will be fine for a while even without any martial techniques. I have plenty of hand-to-hand combat experience, so I should be fine even without a martial technique, she said in a confident voice. I mean, you should be fine without any martial techniques for now, since you're still only a spirit apprentice in the game, but once you reach a higher cultivation, martial techniques are essential, since everyone will have one, and you cannot fight martial technique with bare hands. Yes, I plan on learning a martial technique in the future, but for now, I'm satisfied with just a movement technique, she said. After dinner, Mishu went to cultivate while Yuan practiced his divine sense. The following morning, before they could even enter Cultivation Online, Yuru called Makes-You's phone. Morning, Makes-You. Good morning, Yuru. What's the matter? Apparently, there's a small contest in a nearby city. It's mostly for cultivators between the 1st level and the 3rd level of Spirit Warrior. Do you want to participate in it? The winner even gets an Earth rank cultivation technique. I don't really care. Do you intend on participating in it? Makes-You said. Yes, even though you just got 2 heaven rank techniques? He. You can never have too many techniques. If the Earth rank technique isn't any good, I can simply sell it to other players for some money, and then I will give that money to Brother Tian so that I could feel less guilty about taking 2 heaven rank techniques for free. Yuru said. Also, it will be a good experience for us. Although I have fought plenty of magical beasts, I am still inexperienced with fighting other people. Okay, I will tell Yuan. Let's continue this talk inside the game, Mishu said. All right, see you two in a bit. Yuru then hung up, Chapter 471, Fiery Lotus. After meeting up with Yuru and Jia Jingyi inside Cultivation Online, Yuan asked them, You want to participate in a contest? Yes, there will be other players there as well. Yuru nodded. Are you sure? I assume there will be a lot of players there since there is going to be a free Earth rank technique, Yuan said. Well, it won't hurt to take a look at the place. If there are too many people, we can leave. Yurao said, All right. How far is this place? Do we need to take a carriage there? No. It's only about a 2-hour walk from here. They proceeded to leave Seashell City shortly after. A little over 2 hours later, they arrived at the city. However, they were immediately baffled by the number of people there. Heavens, Yuru mumbled in a dazed voice when she saw the sea of people outside the city waiting to go inside. If there were this many people outside the city, she can only imagine how many people were inside. I have underestimated the value of an Earth rank technique, probably because of you, brother, Yuru sighed a moment later. Do you still want to participate in the contest? Yuan asked her with a smile on his face. I will be shocked if we can enter the city before the contest is over, she sighed again. What else do you want to do now? Well, I kind of want to study the technique I got yesterday. Should we go to the Cultivator's Haven? Nah, I'm getting bored of the bland room inside the Cultivator's Haven. We can study outside for a change, and it's not like we're cultivating, so a little disturbance should be fine. There's a lake about a mile away. We can go there instead. All right, let's go. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, they approached a beautiful lake with sparkling water. Wow, this place is beautiful. Yuru said, This place kind of reminds me of a school trip we had last year. Jia Jingyi said, Oh, you mean the one we had towards the end of the year? I remember, but the water there wasn't this clear. The atmosphere here is quite refreshing. Yuan looked at the lake with a look of admiration. This is your first time coming to a place like this, right? Yuro said to him, Yes. Our parents would never take us to these kinds of places after all. He said with a bittersweet smile. By the way, where's Miss Lan? Jia Jingyi asked when she realized that she was gone. Oh, she's right here, he said, while pointing to the snake bracelet around his wrist. Huh. Jia Jingyi raised her eyebrows upon hearing this. Come out for a bit, Ying-Ying? The next moment, the white bracelet around his arms began moving, before transforming into Lan. Ying-Ying Jia Jingyi's jaw dropped after seeing her transformation. You're not human? Jia Jingyi asked. No, I am a divine serpent, Lan Ying-Ying said. Do you want to see my beast form? Jia Jingyi nodded with curiosity. I also want to see it, Yuro said. Lan Ying-Ying then transformed into her serpent form. Whoa, you're very big. Yuru was dumbfounded when Lan Ying-Ying transformed into a massive white snake larger than even a bus, almost like a mini train. You have very pretty scales, Jia Jingyi said with a dazzled look on her face. Thank you. Jingyi, do you like snakes? I thought most girls hate snakes, Yuru said. Yes, I like snakes. I find them very cute. In fact, I have a pet snake at home. Jia Jingyi nodded. Really? I should visit your home one day. You can come whenever, Jia Jingyi said. Sometime later, Lan Yingying returned to her human form. I'm going to study the technique now, Yuru said to them before taking a seat by the lake and retrieving one of the 2 heaven-ranked techniques she'd recently acquired. Jia Jingyi followed her and also started studying her new technique. What about you, Ying-Ying? What kind of technique did you take? Yuan asked her afterward. Oh, it's a flame technique. I was hoping it'd synergize with my sacred fire, she said. Lan Ying-Ying then took a seat somewhere in the shades under a tree and began studying the technique. I'm also going to study my technique, Meishu said, before going to where Yuru and Jia Jingyi were studying. Since everyone is studying, I might as well study too, but I kind of want to enjoy the scenery for a bit. Yuan proceeded to lay beside the lake and looked at the sparkling water for a whole hour before he started studying his own technique. After studying for a few hours, Lan Yingying was the first to learn her new technique. She then walked to the lake and started practicing her new technique. Lan Yingying took a deep breath, then she proceeded to summon her sacred fire on her palms. A white ball of fire appeared, and Lan Yingying controlled the sacred fire, transforming the ball of fire into the shape of a lotus. Once she was satisfied with the shape and its consistency, Lan Yingying tossed the lotus into the lake. Whoosh! The instant the lotus made of sacred fire touched the water, it spread out and covered a large portion of the lake in a sea of white flames. This attracted the attention of everyone there. Wow, what beautiful white flames! Jia Jingyi mumbled in a low voice, seemingly mesmerized by it. Look at the flames. It's not going out even though it's touching the water. I have never seen anything like this before, Yuru exclaimed, when she noticed the fire wasn't going out as it laid on top of the water, making the lake look as though it was actually on fire. However, Lan Yingying wasn't satisfied with the results, so she continued to create these flaming lotuses until she ran out of spiritual energy. By the end of the day, Lan Yingying was capable of creating 2 lotuses at a time. What kind of technique did you learn? Yuru couldn't help but ask her towards the end of the day. It's a technique called fiery lotus. It significantly enhances the power of flames, but it consumes a lot of spiritual energy, she said. Really? It didn't look like it consumes a lot of spiritual energy because you've been shooting them all day, Yuru said. That's because I made sure to limit the strength of the technique and focused on mastering the control first, and if I used the technique at its full strength, it'd disturb you guys. Can you use its full strength now? I am curious. Lan Yingying nodded. She then created another lotus using her sacred fire, but it was much larger than all of her previous lotuses today. In fact, compared to the palm-sized lotuses she has been practicing with throughout the day, this one was as large as a large watermelon. Once she'd poured enough spiritual energy into the lotus, Lan Yingying tossed it towards the lake. The next moment, the lotus exploded into a fiery hell that consumed the entire lake, illuminating the somewhat dark place.
Wow, so pretty.
Yuru said as she watched the lake burn with white flames that danced on the surface of the water. Sometime later, Yuru and Jia Jingyi logged off after saying their goodbyes. Yuan and Mikshu also logged off shortly after the following morning. Yuan and the others continued to study their techniques by the lake, and they would continue to do this for almost an entire week. The second person to finish learning her new technique was Mikshu. On the third day, she started trying out the movement technique, dancing around the place with stiff movements at first, eventually getting better. Xiaohua, can I borrow some of your time? I don't want to bother him since he's studying. Mikshu approached Xiaohua on the fourth day. Xiaohua nodded and followed Mikshu to a spacious area by the lake. I would like to test out my movement technique. Can you try hitting me with something? Mikshu asked Xiaohua a moment later. Xiaohua nodded and retrieved a sword from her storage ring. Mikshu immediately became nervous. Seeing Xiaohua wielding a sword that was as long as her body was a weird experience. Do you have anything else? Xiaohua shook her head and then she said, Don't worry, Xiaohua won't hit you. Okay. Mikshu decided to trust Xiaohua, and she took a long and deep breath to calm down. Are you ready? Xiaohua asked a moment later. Yes. Mikshu nodded with a focused look on her face. Xiaohua then kicked her feet, closing their distance instantly. Once she was close enough, Xiaohua swung the sword at Mikshu. Whoosh. The blade narrowly missed Mikshu. However, Xiaohua didn't stop and continued to strike at her. Of course, Xiaohua adjusted her speed to Mikshu's level. If she moved any quicker, Mikshu wouldn't be able to dodge it at all. Mikshu accidentally tripped a few minutes into their training, but there was a sword flying at her neck. Mikshu subconsciously closed her eyes and prepared for the worst. However, nothing happened even a moment later. Mikshu slowly opened her eyes, and to her surprise, the blade stopped a few inches away from her neck. Are you okay? Xiaohua asked her in a calm voice. Yes, let's continue, Mikshu said after getting up. Xiaohua nodded. They continued to practice shortly after, and Mikshu's movements grew quicker and smoother as time progressed. Chapter 472, Mount Hua Temple. After half an hour of practicing her movement technique with Xiaohua, Mikshu collapsed on the ground in an exhausted manner. It's been a very long time since she's experienced such exhaustion. The only time she can recall feeling this tired was after training with her mother when she was still in servant training. As for Xiaohua, she looked completely calm and nonchalant, almost like she has been sitting in the shades this entire time. Are you okay? Xiaohua asked her a moment after she laid on the floor. Yes, thank you for helping me. Mikshu said to her, If you want more training, just call Xiaohua, she said to Mikshu before walking back to sit beside Yuan. After her training, Mikshu took a seat at a nearby tree and enjoyed the shades. The wind would sometimes blow, carrying the refreshing air from the lake and sweeping the area with it. Once she'd rested for a couple of hours, Mikshu would ask Xiaohua for help again with her training. Even though it was tiring, Mikshu enjoyed practicing the movement technique that allowed her to move very quickly, and it felt very satisfying whenever she perfectly dodged the sword. Yuru managed to learn one of her 2 heaven-ranked techniques 3 days after Mikshu learned her movement technique. Once she got the notification, Yuru retrieved her treasure fan and stood before the lake. She then took a deep breath before waving the fan at the lake. Whoosh! The wind in the middle of the lake began to twist, and in just a moment, a tornado appeared, swallowing up the water. 3 seconds later, the tornado grew so large that it lowered the water in the lake by a dozen inches. Yuru panicked when she saw how big the tornado was getting, so she quickly stopped it. Countless drops of water began raining from the sky a moment later, despite the clear blue sky, soaking everybody except Xiaohua and Lan Yingying with water, as they'd protected themselves by covering their body with a layer of spiritual energy that reflected the water. I'm so sorry. Yuru apologized to them afterward. It's okay, I'm not that wet, Jia Jingyi said with a smile on her face. That's the technique you had chosen? Creating a tornado? This is my first time seeing such a unique technique, said Yuan. I thought it was a pretty neat technique and would complement my wind blades well, so I picked it. Yu-Ru nodded. What about your second technique? Yuan then asked. It's also a wind technique, and it allows me to control the wind around me, allowing me to fly, she said. Fly? You can do that just by reaching Spirit Grandmaster or Spirit Master if you're lucky, said Yuan. Just by reaching Spirit Grandmaster, are you listening to yourself right now, brother? Do you think everybody is talented like you? Don't make it sound so easy. It took the majority of the player base 2 to 3 months to reach Spirit Warrior, much less Spirit Grandmaster. It'll probably take us another 2 to 3 years, if not even more, to reach Spirit Grandmaster. Even if it'll take less than a year for me to reach Spirit Grandmaster, I think it's still worth learning this technique, since it will let me fly right after I learn the technique, which definitely won't take me a few years to learn, I hope. I see, that makes sense. Yuan nodded. Anyways, Jingyi is still studying her technique, so let's wait until she finishes before we decide what we want to do next. Yu-Ru said a moment later, I'm sorry for holding you guys back. You don't have to wait for me if you don't want to, she sighed. Nonsense. We started this together, so we're going to finish it together, Yu-Ru said, and she continued, In the meantime, I will try to study my second heaven rank technique, so take your time. You don't mind, right, brother? Mishu, Yu-Ru asked them. I don't mind. I'm still studying my technique as well, Yuan said. I also don't mind it. It just means I get to practice my movement technique even more, Mishu said. All right, then it's decided. Sometime later, Yuan, Yu-Ru, and Jia Jingyi returned to their technique, while Mishu continued to practice with Zhao Hua. As for Lan Yinging, she sat beside the lake with a fiery lotus floating on her palms and her eyes closed, almost like she was experiencing enlightenment. But in reality, she was just focused on keeping the fiery lotus from disappearing for as long as her spiritual energy allows. They continued this for another 5 days until Jia Jingyi finally learned her technique. I did it, Jia Jingyi exclaimed in an excited voice when she saw the notification. Did you finally learn the technique? Yu-Ru stopped studying her technique and turned to look at Jia Jingyi, who was sitting right beside her. Yes, Jia Jingyi nodded. Congratulations, what kind of technique did you learn? Yuan asked her. Oh, it's just another zither technique, Jia Jingyi said as she retrieved her zither that was an earth-grade treasure. After taking a deep breath, Jia Jingyi pulled on a single string from the zither. Tang. A crisp noise resounded, and a single arc of light that resembled Yu-Ru's windblade technique flew from the zither before flying towards the water in the lake. Whoosh. The water in the lake separated into 2 halves for a good second, looking like someone had created a path in the lake with a sword. Wow, what a powerful attack, Yu-Ru said. So one of your techniques damages enemies internally and one slices them like swords? Yes, pretty much. Jia Jingyi nodded. Sometime later, Yu-Ru asked everyone, Now that we have new techniques, what should we do? I kind of want to test out these techniques on some magical beasts. Let's go do some quests again. I don't mind, Jia Jingyi nodded. I'm also down, Yuan said. Me too, Meishu also said. Then let's go. Thus, they began making their way back to Seashell City for more quests. Meanwhile, a few 100,000 miles away from Yuan's location, Feng Yuxiang approached a large temple that was located at the peak of a large mountain. Who are you? And why have you come to our Mount Hua temple? A group of bald monks approached Feng Yuxiang when they saw her approaching figure. I heard that my good friend Li Shizhen is currently here, so I'm here to visit him, said Feng Yuxiang. The bald monks had a look of surprise on their faces for a split second before they frowned and said, There's nobody named Li Shizhen here, please leave. However, Feng Yuxiang stayed there with a calm look on her face and said, The person who gave me this information wouldn't dare to lie to me, or he'd risk eating a sword with his ass. I know Li Shizhen is inside. I can even smell the scent of medicine from here. The bald monks exchanged looks with each other before retrieving the staff strapped to their backs and pointing them at Feng Yuxiang. Leave. These bald monks all emitted the power of spirit masters. However, in the face of a peak spirit grandmaster like Feng Yuxiang, the pressure they emitted was non-existent. Feng Yuxiang sighed and said, "I will give you one last chance to call Li Shizhen out for me. I don't want to cause any trouble for my young master, but he needs to see a doctor, and I promised him that I will find the best one for him. I know the Mount Hua Temple has a million-year history in the lower heavens, but if I have to tear down this place to get to Li Shizhen, I will do it." However, the bald monks remained adamant on keeping Feng Yuxiang out of the temple. "Leave. The person you are looking for is elsewhere. Even if you are heaven itself, you will have to leave." Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows. The monks at Mount Hua Temple are usually very reasonable and calm. Why are they acting so suspicious? Feng Yuxiang pondered for a moment and then came to a realization. "Oh, I know. One of your top monks must be in some sort of life or death medical condition, and Li Shizhen is healing that person right now. Whenever he is healing someone, he forbids anyone from disturbing him until he's done. Is that why you're not letting me disturb him?" The monks were speechless, as Feng Yuxiang's guess was spot on. "How long do I have to wait? If you don't tell me, I will be mad," she said to them a moment later. However, Li Shizhen was not only healing one of their valued monks, but he also instructed them to keep his location a secret no matter what, and they rather listened to Li Shizhen, who has the sick monk's life on his hands. "We will not repeat ourselves. Li Shizhen is not here." One of the monks suddenly said, "Is that so?" Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a low voice before she closed her eyes. After a moment of silence, Feng Yuxiang snapped open her eyes that had turned golden. She then released her spirit grandmaster cultivation before shouting in a booming voice that shook the entire mountain, "Li Shizhen, how long do you plan on making this pitiful young lady wait out here in the cold? My body is freezing. If I die from hypothermia, I will definitely haunt you for the rest of your worthless life." The bald monks were speechless, but before they could even react, the doors to the temple opened in a forceful manner, and a handsome middle-aged man could be seen standing there with a terrified look on his face. Chapter 473, Li Shizhen. "Madam Feng, what are you doing here?" the handsome middle-aged man exclaimed when he saw Feng Yuxiang's beautiful figure standing not far away from the temple. I have been looking everywhere for you, Li Shizhen. How dare you make me do so much work?" Feng Yuxiang sneered coldly. "Master Li?" The bald monks were shocked when Li Shizhen actually came outside after hearing Feng Yuxiang's voice. Is she really that important to him? Just who is this fierce woman with a domineering aura that resembles powerful magical beasts? Li Shizhen looked at the monks and said, "Don't worry, I have stabilized the head monk's condition. He only needs to rest now. Thank you, Savior." The monks there immediately lowered their heads and bowed to him with gratitude. "Let my friend over there," through Li Shizhen, then said, "right away." The monks no longer blocked her path and allowed her entrance. "Should have done this in the beginning," she said as she walked past them. Once she entered the temple, Li Shizhen brought her to the guest room and served her tea. "This is the first time you've personally looked for me. Did something happen? Do you need someone to be healed as soon as possible?" Li Shizhen asked her after they sat down. "Not really. I want to introduce you to someone. He needs your help," she said. "Who did you finally find a husband after so many years?" Li Shizhen joked. Feng Yuxiang narrowed her eyes and stared at him with a dangerous look. "I guess you didn't learn from the last time, or maybe you forgot about it. How about I stick a rod up your ass to help you remember? This temple should have plenty of them," she then said in a cold voice. Li Shizhen immediately began sweating, and he said with a stiff smile on his face, "Please have mercy. I still have nightmares about that incident." Although this person isn't my husband, he's a very precious person to me," she answered him, regardless, after a moment of silence. "Precious? Now my curiosity has piqued. Tell me more," Li Shizhen said. "He's my young master?" she said. Piffed, Li Shizhen suddenly turned his head away from Feng Yuxiang before spitting out the tea in his mouth, after coughing for a moment. He looked at her with disbelief in his eyes. "Young master? Yes. I have accepted him as my master, she said. Li Shizhen's jaw dropped, and he said, Heavens, a divine beast, a phoenix, no less, has accepted a master in the lower heavens? This is unprecedented. Li Shizhen was one of the very few people in the lower heavens that knew of Feng Yuxiang's real identity. What's so special about this young master of yours? Li Shizhen then asked. You will know once you meet him. When can you leave this place? It's already been a week since I left his side. I don't want to make him wait any longer. That is a tricky question. As much as I'd like to leave now, I still have a patient here, and you know that I cannot leave until I'm certain that he's fine. What? I thought you said that you'd already stabilized his condition. Feng Yuxiang frowned. His condition has only stabilized. There are still many things that have to be done before he's cured. Unless you happen to have a 7-colored herb, then I can heal him and leave with you by today. 7-colored herb? I think my young master might have one, she said, recalling how he asked for its price before. Really? Li Shizhen was immediately filled with excitement. Then he frowned. Or are you saying that just to trick me into following you? Even if my young master has a 7-colored herb, he has no reason to give it to you, she said. 3 days. If you are not done by then, I will make you leave by force, Feng Yuxiang said. Li Shizhen smiled and said 3 days should be more than enough. Have you forgotten who I am? I don't hold the title Divine Doctor without a reason. Whatever. I'm going to go look around the place until you're done. Just don't cause any troubles for the monks, Li Shizhen said. Feng Yuxiang didn't say anything back and left the guest room. Madame Feng, she has gotten softer. Is this the effect of this mysterious young master of hers? Li Shizhen mumbled to himself after Feng Yuxiang left. 3 days passed by in a flash, and Feng Yuxiang went to look for Li Shizhen to force him to leave with her if he wasn't done. I don't dare to make you look for me for a second time. Li Shizhen's voice suddenly resounded behind her. Are you done? She asked him. He nodded and said, Yes, the head monk will make full recovery by next week. And then he asked, Where are we going now? The Eastern Continent. Thus Feng Yuxiang and Li Shizhen left the temple shortly after, heading towards the nearest city with a teleport device, and they proceeded to teleport from city to city until they reached the Eastern Continent a few days later. After reaching the Eastern Continent, Feng Yuxiang said, If you can help my young master, I will forget about the debt you owe me. Really? Li Shizhen looked at her with pure bliss on his face. Only if you help him. If you turn out to be useless, I will make you pay that debt immediately. Li Shizhen swallowed nervously after hearing that. As long as it is related to medicine, Li Shizhen said after traveling for another day. Feng Yuxiang and Li Shizhen arrived at Seashell City. Seashell City, huh? It's been over 100 years since I last visited this city. The last time I did, it was to cure the city lord. Li Shizhen reminisced his history with this place. Follow me. I can sense the young master aura from here, Feng Yuxiang said as she began approaching the city. Chapter 474, Divine Doctor. Thank you for your help. Here are 500 gold coins for the trouble. An old lady handed Yu Ru the reward for completing her quest. Thank you. After accepting the gold coins, Yu Ru left the store and grouped up with Yuan and the others waiting outside. How many quests have we completed in the last few days? I lost count at 21, said Yuan. I don't know, but we earned a lot of gold coins, at least if we compare ourselves to the majority of the player base. Yu Ru said, What do you want to do now? Continue doing quests. I think we should take a break from quests and do something more relaxing. Let's go to a restaurant and have some food. Yu Ru suggested. That sounds great, Yuan nodded. However, before they could go anywhere, a familiar voice resounded from the sky, and 2 figures descended from the heavens a moment later, shocking the pedestrians there. Young master, I'm back, Feng Yuxiang called out to him from the sky as she descended. That's your young master? Li Shizhen raised his eyebrows with a surprised look on his face after sensing Yuan's spirit grandmaster cultivation base. He knew someone who could make Feng Yuxiang lower herself to become a servant. Wouldn't be an ordinary person. But to think he was a spirit grandmaster at such a young-looking age, It was quite shocking, especially since this is the lower heavens. Feng Feng? Yuan smiled when he saw her beautiful face. They're flying. Jia Jingyi mumbled in a dazed voice as she stared at them with disbelief on her face. I'm sorry for making you wait this long, young master. Please forgive me. Feng Yuxiang said to him after landing on the ground. Why are you apologizing? I should be thanking you instead, Yuan said. He then turned to look at the handsome middle-aged man standing beside her and said, Hello, you must be the doctor Feng Feng told me about. Feng Feng? Li Shizhen laughed inwardly when he heard this cute nickname for Feng Yuxiang. He wanted to try saying it too, but he didn't dare to actually say it out loud, as that might result in a sword violating his butt. Li Shizhen then responded with a friendly smile on his face. Good morning, young master. My name is Li Shizhen, also known as Divine Dr. Li. I was told by Madame Feng here that you wanted to speak with me. Are you sick? Yuan nodded and said, Yes, I wanted to speak with you. Can we go somewhere more private before we continue? After all, there were hundreds of gazes watching them at this moment. Most certainly. I know the perfect place, Li Shizhen said. Yuan then turned to Yu Ru and the others before speaking. I'm sorry, but can you guys go ahead without me? I have some business to take care of now. Is everything okay, brother? Yu Ru asked him with a worried look on her face. Yes, everything is fine. I'm just asking him for advice. I will tell you everything later. If you say so, then we'll see you later, brother. Xiaohua, can you stay with them just in case anything happens? Yuan said to her before they left. Okay. Xiaohua nodded. Thank you. Yu Ru left the scene with Jia Jingyi and Meishu a moment later, followed by Xiaohua. Shall we go now? Li Shizhen asked him. Yes, let's go. Yuan nodded. Li Shizhen proceeded to take Yuan to a nearby medicine store. In fact, it was one of the biggest and most popular medicine stores in the city. When the manager of that store saw Li Shizhen's face, he immediately kowtowed on the floor. Welcome to our humble establishment, Divine Dr. Li. Even though he had never personally met Li Shizhen before, there was not a single doctor in the lower heavens that didn't know of Li Shizhen. Do you mind if we use one of your private rooms for a bit? Li Shizhen asked him with a friendly smile. Please, stay however long you want. I will even close the store until you leave so that there will be no distraction, the manager said. It's okay. You don't have to do so much. And for allowing us to use your place, I will give every doctor in this place an hour lecture if you wish. Thank you very much, the manager began crying when he heard that Li Shizhen will be giving them a lecture. To receive a lecture from the Divine Doctor, even if it's just an hour, they will remember this for the rest of their life, and they can wear this achievement with pride. Yuan was left speechless after witnessing this scene, and he could only imagine how much of a big shot Li Shizhen was. Sometime later, Yuan and the others entered this private room somewhere inside the medicine store. Have a seat, Li Shizhen said. Once they were seated, Feng Yuxiang said, Before we start, let me give you some background about Li Shizhen and why you can trust him. Li Shizhen holds the title of Divine Doctor, a prestigious title that can only be held by the best doctors in the 9 heavens, and although he's currently staying in the lower heavens, Li Shizhen is actually from the upper heavens. What? Really? Yuan looked at Li Shizhen with a surprised expression. Li Shizhen nodded and said, There are plenty of divine doctors in the upper heavens, while the lower heavens lacked one, so I willingly came down here to help those in need of it. I even restricted my cultivation base to the peak of Spirit Grandmaster so that I can stay here without any problems. I have wandered around the lower heavens for over 1,000 years now, and I do not plan on returning to the upper heavens anytime soon, as there are still a lot of people who are in need of a good doctor in the lower heavens. Chapter 475. The Reason for His Condition. By the way, I have over 10,000 years of experience in the field of medicine, and there hasn't been a single patient that I haven't been able to cure since I became a doctor. Li Shizhen said. Yuan nodded. I will trust you, though. It was not like he never trusted Li Shizhen. Even if Li Shizhen didn't say any of that, Yuan would have still trusted him, as he was someone that Feng Yuxiang trusted enough to approach. Great. Now then, why don't you tell me what seems to be troubling you? Li Shizhen asked him a moment later. Yuan took a deep breath and proceeded to explain his situation to Li Shizhen, without telling Li Shizhen that he was the person on the topic. I have this friend who grew incredibly sick out of the blue when he was young, and he has been crippled since then. Everything seemed to be normal for the first 7 years of his life, but then he suddenly lost his ability to see, becoming blind. 5 years later, his body suddenly stopped functioning, so everything below his neck became useless and numb to feeling, forcing him to stay in the bed. However, when the doctors checked his condition, they weren't able to find anything wrong with his body. They checked his blood, his muscles, and even his bones, but they were unable to find anything. The doctors said that he was perfectly healthy, yet he was unable to move, however. After 5 gruesome years, my friend finally started recovering after he started cultivating. He started feeling his body again, and now he can even move his limbs slightly. He's also a peak spirit warrior on the verge of breaking through to Spirit Master, but he still feels as though his body doesn't have any strength to it. He can feel his body overflowing with energy, but he cannot exert any of that energy. Do you have any idea what's wrong with him, and if there's any cure that will allow him to recover faster? Give me a moment to think about this, Li Shizhen said to him before closing his eyes and turning silent. Many minutes later, he opened his eyes and spoke in a calm voice. This is an interesting case, not to make fun of your friend. I have seen many cases similar to this, but there are some distinctive differences, one such case being qi deprivation. Once a cultivator reaches a certain cultivation base, they are required to continue absorbing spiritual energy to keep their bodies functioning. And if they stop absorbing spiritual energy for long enough, their bodies will slowly lose their functions. They will go blind and their bodies will no longer be usable until they start absorbing spiritual energy again, just like your friend. But this only happens when the cultivator purposefully stops absorbing spiritual energy. As cultivators, we subconsciously absorb the spiritual energy around us even if we don't actively cultivate, so one must forcefully stop their bodies from absorbing spiritual energy, or something is preventing them from doing so. However, that isn't the case for your friend, as he's only a peak spirit warrior, meaning he's not at the level where they can experience qi deprivation in such a manner. Furthermore, his problem began even before he started cultivating. After taking a moment to breathe, Li Shizhen continued. Now on to the second case, poison. There are powerful and deadly poisons out there that can have similar effects on humans if ingested. However, this is also unlikely for your friend because you said that the doctors have checked his blood. Even an incredibly incompetent doctor would be able to detect the poison in his blood if he'd ingested some. Although there are undetectable poisons out there, none of them could cause the effects your friend is experiencing. At least I'm not aware of any. Yuan nodded and said, I also don't think it was caused by poison. Then on to the last probability and also the one that's most likely the cause of your friend's misfortune, Li Shizhen said. Yuan swallowed nervously, feeling his heart rate increase rapidly. Curse. Your friend was cursed. What? What? Yuan's eyes widened when he heard Li Shizhen's words. Your friend was cursed, hence why the doctors cannot find anything wrong within his body, as most of them do not have the capabilities to detect even the weakest curses. The field of medicine and curses are vastly different, so unless they're a divine doctor like me, they most likely won't know anything about curses. Another reason that supports this theory is the fact that, despite being a spirit warrior and feeling energetic, your friend cannot exert any strength. Now the question is whether your friend was cursed by another individual, or is it due to a natural curse? Li Shizhen pondered with a serious look on his face. Yuan was speechless, and he recalled his conversation with Dr. Wang some time ago. Although Dr. Wang also mentioned that he could be cursed, neither of them took such a theory seriously, as it was a ridiculous thought that curses could be real, and even though cultivation was proven to be real, that doesn't prove curses were real after all. Even though cultivation existed in both Cultivation Online and the real world, magical beasts that also exist in Cultivation Online don't exist in the real world. This meant that just because something existed in Cultivation Online, it doesn't always mean their world will also have it. Is there no other reason why my friend is like that? Yuan couldn't help but ask, if he's not cursed, then I don't have any idea what's wrong with your friend, as there's no illness that could affect one's body like what you explained to me. One could go blind due to illnesses, and one can even lose functions to their entire body due to illnesses. But to have a healthy body while having all of that problem just isn't possible. However, if your friend is cursed, then that would explain why his body is in that state despite being completely healthy. And that also explains why he started recovering when he started cultivating, as most curses have weakened effects on cultivators, especially the stronger they get, Li Shizhen said. Chapter 476, Northern Continent. I am fairly certain that your friend is cursed, but if you want me to be 100% certain, then I'd need to see the patient so I can personally examine his condition. Li Shizhen suddenly said. Li Shizhen's words took Yuan by surprise. I'm sorry, but that's impossible, he said a moment later. Impossible? Why? Li Shizhen raised his eyebrows. My friend comes from a super secretive and strict family, so getting even close to him is near impossible. Furthermore, he lives in a place that's very, very far away from this place. Oh, and something happened to his family recently, so it's even more difficult to see him now. Yuan made up some random excuse. After all, it was not like he could tell Li Shizhen the truth about his situation, as he'd sound crazy. Is that so? Li Shizhen doubted Yuan was telling him the truth, but he didn't say anything about it, as there must be a reason why Yuan was acting this way. And he continued, well, I don't really need to see your friend since you told me that he's already recovering, and I have cured many people without even seeing them, only by listening to their condition and symptoms. Thank you for understanding. Anyway, if my friend is really cursed, is there any way to remove this curse? Yuan then asked, why don't you just let him drink some of your blood, young master? Feng Yuxiang spoke for the first time. Yuan looked at her and sighed. He's not like you, Feng Feng. He's human, but that shouldn't matter. I'm no expert, but your blood clearly has the ability to weaken curses. It shouldn't have anything to do with being a human or not. Li Shizhen then said, your blood has the ability to weaken curses? I have never heard of this before. How are you so sure his blood has such abilities? Madame Feng Yuxiang then explained to him about her condition. I drank his blood and the curse on me weakened, so I know it works. What? Is that true? Your curse weakened? Li Shizhen looked at her with wide eyes. Yes. Why would I lie about this? Feng Yuxiang nodded. Heavens, Li Shizhen mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. Anyways, since your blood has capabilities to weaken curses, as weird as this is going to sound, if you let your friend drink your blood, it could possibly work. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile on his face. Does this mean he'll have to drink his own blood, even though he already has such blood flowing inside his body? This doesn't make any sense to him. I understand, but what if that doesn't work? Yuan then asked. Are there any more natural methods for getting rid of curses? I may have some knowledge regarding curses, but I know someone who's an expert with curses. If you'd like, I can take you to him so you can ask him yourself. He's not that far away from this place. We can get there in just a few hours. Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding. Okay, just give me a minute to let the others know. He then spoke to Xiaohua through their servant and master connection. Xiaohua, I'm going to go meet someone with Feng Feng and the Divine Doctor, and we have to leave the city for a while. Let Yu Ru and the others know, okay? I will try to return as soon as possible. Xiaohua's voice resounded a moment later. Okay, Xiaohua will let them know. Thank you. All right, we can go now. Yuan then said Li Shizhen. Sometime later, they went downstairs. Don't worry, I will return later to give you guys the lecture. Li Shizhen said to the manager of the store before they left. We will be fine even if the Divine Doctor cannot lecture us. We know you're a busy man after all. The manager said, When I, Li Shizhen, say that I will do something, I will do it, he declared in a domineering voice. The manager and the others in the store had nothing else to say after hearing such words, so they could only lower their heads and bow to him. Once Li Shizhen left the store, the manager said to the others, We're not going home until he returns, even if it takes days. Yes, the others responded with anticipation in their voice. Meanwhile, after leaving the medicine store, Yuan followed Feng Feng and Li Shizhen to another city that had a teleport formation. During their trip, Yuan asked Li Shizhen, If I heard correctly, you mentioned something about natural curses before. What did you mean by that? Can curses even occur naturally? Li Shizhen nodded and said, I think it'd be better if the expert explained it, but yes, curses can occur naturally just like how treasures can be born naturally. However, they're considered a phenomenon, something akin to natural disasters. Of course, natural curses are incredibly rare and will only occur when certain conditions are met. I see. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, they entered a teleport device and teleported tens of thousands of miles in an instant. After that, they used the teleport device again to teleport even further, as each teleport can only travel a limited distance. They continued this 6 times before they finally stopped. Welcome to the northern continent. Young master, Feng Yuxiang said to him with a smile on her face. The northern continent, huh? Now I only need to step onto the southern continent and the western continent so that I can say I'd explore the entire lower heavens, he said in a joking tone. Follow me. He lives in a secluded area deep inside the mountain valleys, so teleporting there is impossible. Li Shizhen said to them a moment later. Yuan nodded, and they continued their journey to meet this expert on curses. An expert on curses, huh? I wonder what kind of person he's like, Yuan wondered to himself as they soared into the sky. Author's note, I had intended to release these chapters sooner. But Hurricane Ida happened and delayed everything due to no power or internet. I am okay, and will return to writing daily now. Chapter 477, Embodiment of Curses. After arriving at the northern continent and flying for around 4 hours, Yuan and the others arrived at this somewhat empty hill that only had a single small building, a tree, and a small pond beside the tree where 3 koi fishes can be seen swimming in circles. Upon landing on this hill, Li Shizhen went to knock on the door. However, nobody answered the door. That man probably went fishing, Li Shizhen said a moment later. Fishing? This time of the day? Yuan raised his eyebrows as it was getting dark. Yes, he's a weirdo. Li Shizhen nodded. Who are you calling a weirdo, you slobby doctor? A voice suddenly resounded. The door to the building opened, and a short old man with a bald head walked outside the next moment. If you were here, why didn't you open the door? What took you so long? Li Shizhen said with a frown on his face. I was taking a nap. If I didn't hear your annoying voice, I would have remained in bed, the old man exclaimed in a somewhat angry voice. Madam Feng? You're here as well? The old man suddenly noticed Feng Yuxiang and immediately began smiling. How may I help you today, Madam Feng? Seeing the old man's attitude turn 180 when speaking with Feng Yuxiang, Li Shizhen shook his head. Damn old pervert, he snorted in a low voice. I'm not the one who needs your help today. My young master needs your help, Feng Yuxiang said to him. What? Young master? The old man's eyes widened with shock. He then turned to look at the third person there. Whoa, holy heavens! When the old man saw Yuan, he suddenly took a step back and shouted in a terrified voice, acting like he just saw a ghost. Is there something wrong? Yuan couldn't help but ask after seeing his reaction. Stay away from me. The old man shouted at him before running back into the house and slamming the door shut, leaving Yuan dumbfounded. Even Li Shizhen and Feng Yuxiang were left speechless by his reaction to seeing Yuan, as this was their first time seeing him acting in such a manner. What the heck is going on now, Zha Ye? Li Shizhen asked him. Fuck you, Li Shizhen, I should be asking you that. Are you trying to kill me? Jia Ye shouted from inside the building, sounding really angry for some reason. What? Why would I want to kill you? Have you finally gone crazy from old age? We're here to talk about curses. This young man has a friend that might be cursed, so we came here for your expertise. Li Shizhen said, feeling really confused now. That's really funny, because that young man you brought here is loaded with curses, powerful curses that even I didn't know could exist. He has so many curses that I wouldn't be surprised if he was the embodiment of curses, Jia Ye said, revealing his reason for his reaction. What? I'm filled with curses. Yuan's eyes widened with shock. Even Li Shizhen and Feng Yuxiang were shocked to hear this. They turned to look at Yuan, but they couldn't see anything wrong with him. Come out here and explain yourself, Jia Ye. I may not be as experienced with curses as you, but I can at least tell when someone is cursed, and I can't sense anything ominous coming from him, Li Shizhen said with a frown on his face. What do you know, you amateur? Have you forgotten about my special skill? I can tell whether someone is cursed or not at glance, no matter how weak or powerful the curse is, Jia Ye said. Li Shizhen sighed. He then asked Yuan, Young master, do you have any idea what he's talking about? Yuan pondered for a moment before realizing something. Ah, do you mean the curse that's associated with my legacy? I had accepted a legacy recently, and the legacy contained a small curse. It's a curse called minor misfortunate, and it only affects my luck, he said. You heard him, old man. It's only a minor curse. How can you be scared of a minor curse? I have never seen you act so fearful in front of a curse before, Li Shizhen said to him a moment later, even laughing a bit. After a moment of silence, the door opened slightly, and Jia Ye peeked through the narrow space, but he didn't dare to come out. He looked at Yuan with a serious expression on his face and said in a solemn voice, You think I would be afraid of a mere minor curse when I have dealt with even major curses before? Young man, you have more than one curse on you right now. In fact, there's so many that I'm amazed you're still alive. Jia Ye, explain yourself. What do you mean by that? Feng Yuxiang said with a deep frown on her face. Jia Ye then spoke. Although the curse may be called minor misfortunate, it's actually a major curse. However, that curse might as well be a minor curse, if not even lower compared to the other curses on him. There exist two types of curses in this world, artificial curses and natural curses. Artificial curses are caused by other humans, whilst natural curses occur naturally if certain conditions are met. There are also many levels of curses, minor, major, supreme, and ancient, to name a few. The most common curses are naturally artificial curses, and as of this moment, I can see 6, 7, perhaps even more curses on him, and they're all above major curses. However, that's not even the shocking part. These curses on him, they're all natural curses as far as I can tell. What? 7 natural curses? How is that even remotely possible? Li Shizhen exclaimed, not daring to believe his ears. A single natural curse was already rare enough, much less 7, and they are all affecting a single person right now. Yuan looked down at his own body. He also couldn't believe it. Why does he have so many natural curses on him? Chapter 478, Celestial Rank Physique. Young man, if you're here to look for my help, I'm sorry, but I have to say that I am powerless against the curses on you. They're simply too powerful. I don't even dare to try to touch it, as it might worsen. Jia Ye said to him a moment later, Is it really that serious? Isn't there anything you can do? Feng Yuxiang didn't want to give up so easily, especially after learning how bad the situation really is. Madam Feng, do you remember when I tried to help you with your curse, but was defeated in the end? Jia Ye suddenly asked her. Many years ago, Feng Yuxiang had approached him for help regarding her curse. Of course, even though you couldn't get rid of it, I still owe you greatly for your years of efforts. Feng Yuxiang nodded. I have encountered tens of thousands of curses throughout my life, but I have never experienced powerlessness until I met you, Madam Feng. Your curse was my first defeat. However, as powerful as your curse may be, I still dared to try and defeat it. Jia Ye then turned to look at Yuan and swallowed nervously. As for him, this is my first time experiencing fear. The curses on him terrify me so much that I do not even dare to approach him. It's okay, I understand your feeling, Yuan said to him. You don't need to touch the curses on me, but do you have any advice for me? How does one normally get rid of natural curses? He then asked. That will depend on how you acquired those curses in the first place. Do you have any idea how you may have gotten those curses? Jia Ye said. Yuan turned silent and began pondering to himself. After thinking for many minutes, he still couldn't think of anything, so he shook his head. I cannot think of how I got these curses. Feng Yusheng then asked, Jia Ye, is it possible for natural curses to occur during birth, like how some are born with powerful physiques, while others are born without any physiques? Yes, if his ancestors were cursed and passed away without getting rid of the curse, there's a good chance that the curse might carry on to the future generations. However, there are only a handful of curses that are powerful enough to do such a thing, and this young man has more than just a handful of curses on him. Jia Ye said, I see. Can you give me some examples of natural curses? Yuan then asked. Let's say your ancestor killed a lot of people, enough people to create a mountain using their corpses. This could result in your ancestor getting cursed by the spirits of the dead people. Hearing such an example, Yuan couldn't help but recall that one dream he had previously when he dreamt about killing a lot of people, enough people to create multiple mountains with their corpses and many rivers with their blood. Another case of a natural curse is when one is born with an extremely powerful physique and they invoke heaven's jealousy or wrath. When that happens, the heavens might put a curse on that individual so that he doesn't affect the world too much. This has happened multiple times before in the upper heavens. A powerful physique. Young master, I'd say your physique is pretty heaven-defying enough to invoke heaven's jealousy. Maybe it's your physique that caused these natural curses? Feng Yusheng suddenly speculated. Really? What kind of physique do you have? Li Shizhen asked him out of curiosity. The heaven-refining physique, he said. Never heard of it. Li Shizhen shook his head. What rank is it? Divine rank? No, it's celestial rank. Did you just say celestial rank? Li Shizhen's eyes widened to the point where his eyeballs nearly rolled out of their sockets. Celestial rank? Feng Yusheng had a different reaction as she wasn't familiar with this grade. How high is that? She then asked Li Shizhen, as he seemed to know, judging by his reaction. The celestial rank is 2 ranks above the mythic rank. Li Shizhen mumbled in a dazed voice. What? Feng Yusheng and Jia Ye exclaimed in a shocked voice afterward. 2 ranks above the mythic rank? I didn't know it went that high. Feng Yusheng then said, Of course you wouldn't know about it. It only exists in the 7th heaven and above, Li Shizhen said, and he continued, I only know about it because I once read about it in an ancient scroll from the 8th heaven. Ridiculous. Why is someone like that in the lower heavens? Where did you find this monster? Jia Ye said in a dumbfounded tone. That's rude of you, Jia Ye, and I didn't find the young master. He found me, Feng Yusheng said. Anyways, I think I understand why you have so many natural curses. A celestial rank physique is something that could definitely invoke jealousy from the heavens. The stronger your physique, even bloodline, the more the heavens will try to hinder you. However, if you manage to overcome the heavens' jealousy, you will become unstoppable. Li Shizhen said a moment later. I have never seen anyone with a celestial rank physique before, but to invoke over 7 natural curses, I cannot imagine what could happen once you get rid of those curses holding you back. Wait, can you tell what kind of effects these curses have on me? Yuan suddenly asked him. Jia Ye shook his head and said, I can only tell you what kind of curses they are, but I do not know the details. He then stared at Yuan for a few more moments before speaking. Most of these curses are restriction curses, but there are a few that I cannot tell at all. Furthermore, there is a high probability that there are more than 7 curses on you, and I just cannot see them even with my special talent. Since it's likely that these curses are caused by your physique, then there's only one way to undo them by tempering your physique. Tempering my physique? Yuan mumbled to himself. This is his second time hearing this phrase, with Shu Jiachi mentioning it before Chapter 479, Treasures in the Real World. I have heard it before, but what does it mean to temper my physique? Yuan asked Jia Ye a moment later. There are a couple of methods you can use to temper your body, but the most common ones are bathing in liquefied treasure and cultivating in a special area that affects your body. Jia Ye said, "Bathing in liquefied treasure, huh?" Yuan repeated to himself. I understand the first one, but what about the second method? What kind of special area do I have to cultivate in? Do you have any examples? There are multiple phenomenal places in the cultivation world, such as a mountain that has extreme yang qi, and if you have a physique that benefits from yang qi, you can cultivate there to temper your body. Another example is a place called the Frozen Sea, where it releases extremely pure yin qi, so females with a special yin physique would go there to temper their body. Some methods are stress-free, while others are incredibly painful. This should be obvious, but the stronger your physique, the more resources you'll need to temper it, and in your case, you'll probably have to go to hell and back multiple times in order to temper your body. Yuan nodded and said, returning to the first method, are there treasures out there specifically for tempering one's body? Or can I just use any treasure for the bath? There are specific treasures out there for body tempering, young master. In fact, I have some with me. We can try it later, Feng Yusheng suddenly said. Really? Yuan immediately became elevated upon hearing her words. Yes. Just let me know when you want to do it. Feng Yusheng nodded. Let's do it tomorrow then. Okay. Sometime later, Jia Ye said. If you got nothing else from me, can you leave? I am barely keeping my sanity just by being around you. Sorry, we'll leave right now, and thank you very much for your help, Senior. Yuan bowed to him. Do you still need me around? Li Shizhen then asked. If not, I will stay around for a little more, and I still have to give a lecture to the doctors back at the medicine store, he said. No, you can leave. Thank you for everything as well. I will definitely repay this debt in the future. Yuan bowed to him too. You don't have to repay me. I am a divine doctor. I don't accept payments for my assistance. And I didn't really do anything, only giving you some advice, Li Shizhen said. Still, I want to thank you for helping me greatly. Li Shizhen nodded and then said, Very well. How about this? If your friend's condition gets better because of this, I will accept your gratitude. Okay, Yuan said. Let's go, Feng Feng. Yuan said to her before flying back to the nearest city with a teleport device. Once they were gone, Jia Ye opened the door and walked outside again. What more do you want from me? He asked Li Shizhen. Li Shizhen smiled and said, Want to have a drink? It's been a decade since we last sat down together after all. I hope you brought something strong enough for me to forget about that little monster, said Jia Ye. Of course. The two of them entered the building and began drinking alcohol. Meanwhile, after they arrived at the city, Yuan said, Feng Feng, I'm going to retire today. I will see you tomorrow early in the morning. Okay. Rest well, young master. Once Feng Yusheng entered his body, Yuan logged off the game. When Yuan logged off, dinner was already prepared by Make Shu. Make Shu, I'm finished, he said to her. I'm coming. Make Shu entered his room a minute later with dinner. Yuan wanted to tell her about everything that happened today, but Make Shu insisted that he finish dinner first. After dinner, Make Shu cleaned the dishes before going back to his room and taking a seat beside his bed. All right. What happened? She asked him. You won't believe what happened today. Meishu? Yuan proceeded to tell her everything Li Shizhen and Jia Ye had told him. You're cursed? Meishu wasn't sure how to react after listening to his story. Do curses even exist in our world? She couldn't help but wonder this question out loud. I can only think of one instance where curses are mentioned in this world. When I asked Yu Ru about playing the zither in this world before, she told me that people used to use them many years ago, but people eventually stopped playing zither because of some curse. Give me a moment to look it up, Mishu said before taking out her laptop and searching about the curse on the internet. A minute later, she said, According to the internet, People stopped playing the zither because bad luck would fall upon those who touched the zither. Almost all zither players experienced misfortune, and many of them even died in accidents, incredibly unfortunate ones. Once the news spread, people eventually stopped playing the zither out of fear. Heavens! I didn't think the zither would have such a history in our world. If curses really exist, then maybe I am really cursed. Yuan sighed. Even if curses are real, how are we supposed to deal with it? You may be able to bathe in treasures in Cultivation Online, but there are no such treasures in this world. Michu suddenly stopped speaking midway through her sentence. Then she started typing on her laptop. A few minutes later, she said, "Looks like treasures actually exist in this world as well." "What, really?" Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice. "Yes, and according to some people, they have treasures that contain spiritual energy with some even granting special effects, such as increased strength and hearing. However, compared to the treasures one can find in Cultivation Online, the treasures in this world are much weaker." "What do these treasures look like?" Yuan then asked. "Well, they're mostly antiques and ancient medicine from the past," she said. After pondering for a moment, Yuan said, "Do you think we will be able to buy some of these treasures to see for ourselves?" "Well, they're incredibly expensive, with most of them going for millions of dollars. However, we should be able to afford them." Makeshu nodded. "Then let's buy some. If we don't have enough money, we can simply sell some things in the auction house again." "Where can we buy them?" "Give me a minute." After looking on the internet for a few minutes, Makeshu spoke. "Looks like we can either buy them online or in real auction houses. People recommend buying them in person since there are many scammers out there." "Real auction houses, huh? Let's wait a few more weeks before we go outside. Hopefully the Cultivators Association will give up on you soon," Yuan said. "Okay, I will do more research on this topic in the meantime." Sometime later, before Mixiu went back to her own room to cultivate, Yuan said to her, "Mixiu, can you grab a knife from the kitchen and leave it on a chair beside my bed?" "Huh, why?" She couldn't help but ask after hearing such a weird request. "Well, I have been thinking, if cultivation techniques from Cultivation Online work in our world, what about the other techniques? I want to try it out." "Other techniques?" Now that you mention it, Mikshu was dumbfounded after realizing that too. "But does it have to be a knife? That's very dangerous. What if you hurt yourself?" she said in a worried voice afterward. "Don't worry, I'm just experimenting to see if it actually works or not. I won't do anything crazy," he promised her. "Okay." Mikshu then went outside to grab a clean kitchen knife and a chair before placing the knife on the chair beside the bed in Yuan's room. Mikshu then proceeded to stare at the knife for a good minute before deciding that it would be better for her to stay in the room just in case anything happens. "Yuan, I'm going to stay here tonight, just in case," she said to him. "Okay, I don't mind," he quickly agreed. She then took a seat on the other side of the bed and started her cultivation. Meanwhile, Yuan prepared himself. After taking deep breaths, he began trying to recall the flying dagger technique that he was very used to by now. However, whether the flying dagger technique will work on a kitchen knife or not is an entirely different story. A few minutes later, Yuan successfully recited the full technique inside his head. Now it was time for the moment of truth, whether it works or not. After taking a deep breath, Yuan used his divine sense to locate the knife sitting a few meters beside him. Once he located it, he tried to use flying daggers on it like he normally would in Cultivation Online. A moment later, the kitchen knife resting on the chair suddenly began to tremble, and he could feel an invisible connection to the knife. Yuan immediately became excited when he saw this, but the moment he lost focus, the connection disappeared and the knife stopped moving. "It actually works. Let's try that again, just in case I was only imagining it." With that in mind, he started using flying daggers on the kitchen knife again. This time, even though he was certain that the kitchen knife was moving, he didn't lose focus. A few moments later, the kitchen knife that had been sitting on the chair suddenly began levitating off the chair. It was flying. Yuan had successfully used flying daggers in the real world, Chapter 4 Hedidi, a work of art. "Ha ha ha. It works. It really works. Yuan suddenly started laughing from sheer excitement when the flying daggers technique worked in the real world. Huh? Mikshu stopped cultivating when she heard his laughter and turned to look at the chair. Her eyes widened with surprise when she saw the kitchen knife she used for dinner floating above the chair, almost like a magic trick. However, unlike a magic trick, there were no invisible strings attached to the knife. Mikshu, look, it works. It's not just cultivation techniques. Even martial techniques from Cultivation Online work in our world. Yuan said to her, "Yes, I can see that." She mumbled in a dazed voice. A few moments later, the kitchen knife stopped floating and fell back onto the chair seat. Compared to Cultivation Online, it's actually harder to control it. I should have sufficient cultivation base to use flying daggers flawlessly, but I am having difficulties controlling it, he said a moment later. However, it's not as though I don't have enough spiritual energy. Unlike using divine sense, it's not exhausting. So I think it's just a matter of inexperience. Once I practice some more, I should be able to use flying daggers more skillfully. Meishu then said, "If you can use flying daggers, I wonder if there are any other cultivators that have succeeded, or how many have succeeded. I'm sure many people have tried to use martial techniques when they realized that cultivation techniques worked in the real world, but whether you succeeded or not is a different story," he said. "There has been no news about this yet, but there's a good chance that some people have succeeded and are purposefully keeping it a secret. It's only a matter of time before someone lets the cat out of the bag, like the situation with cultivation techniques." Mishu agreed with him. "Anyways, I'm going to continue practicing this technique. If it's distracting, you can return to your own room to cultivate. I promise you that I won't do anything crazy, so you can rest assured." Yuan said to her, "Okay." Meishu nodded and returned to her room. Yuan proceeded to practice the flying daggers technique until it was morning. After breakfast, Meishu asked him, "Are you going to be with us today?" "Yes, we will see you in a bit." "Where do you want to meet?" "Can you meet us at the Cultivator's Haven?" Yuan asked. "Okay, I will let them know." Once they entered Cultivation Online, Mikshu proceeded to wait for Yu and the others, while Yuan and Feng Yuxiang made their way back to Seashell City using the teleport device. When they finally arrived at the city, Yuan and Feng Yuxiang went straight to the Cultivator's Haven, where Mikshu and the others could be seen idling around. Yuan called out to them.
Welcome back, brother.
Ru ran to him with a smile on her face. "Are you okay? What happened yesterday? Where did you go?" She then bombarded him with questions. A stiff smile appeared on Yuan's face. Although he promised to tell her about everything once he returned, he wasn't sure about telling her that he was cursed, as that would definitely make her worried about him. "I will tell you later." He decided to delay it for now. He then turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and said, "I'm ready." Feng Yuxiang nodded. "Let's rent a hotel room. We will need a bathtub for your tempering," she then said. "A bathtub? Tempering?" Ru and the others were quite puzzled, but they didn't ask any questions for now and decided to follow Feng Yuxiang and Yuan. Once they were at the best hotel in the city, they rented out a room with the biggest bathtub. Inside the bathroom with the bathtub, Feng Yuxiang filled the bathtub with hot water before heating the already hot water even further, until the water was literally boiling. Yuan swallowed nervously when he saw this. "I am supposed to bathe in this boiling hot water? That sounds painful," he thought to himself. "Are you going to temper your body, Brother Yu Tian?" Xiaohua asked him after realizing what they were planning on doing. "Yes, I am." Xiaohua was kind of speechless, as this was quite sudden. Why did he suddenly decide to temper his body? Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang retrieved a dozen treasures and began tossing them inside the bathtub with the boiling water, quickly turning the clear water green. "All right, young master. You just need to bathe in this water and absorb the treasures now. However, I have to warn you that it's going to be painful." "Of course it's going to be painful." "You're telling him to jump in boiling water," Ru said with a worried frown on her face. Feng Yuxiang laughed out loud after hearing her words, and she said, The boiling water won't hurt the young master. Have you forgotten about his cultivation base? It's the treasures that will do the hurting. Go ahead, young master. Try touching the water normally. Feng Yuxiang then said to him. Yuan nodded and dipped one of his fingers into the boiling water, and to his surprise, it doesn't hurt at all. It's actually quite warm, he exclaimed in a surprised voice. Really? Let me try. Yuro also dipped her finger into the hot water, but she had a different reaction. Ah, it burns. Feng Yuxiang shook her head and said, the young master may not have physically tempered his body before, but his cultivation is high enough to naturally protect his body against boiling water. You could have told me before I tried, Yuru sighed. Sometime later, Yuan asked, I just need to bathe in this water, right? That's right. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Okay. Hearing her confirmation, Yuan started taking his clothes off in a nonchalant manner while everyone was present. Jie Yingyi's face flushed with redness when Yuan suddenly began stripping, as this is her first time seeing a fully naked man. Young master's bare body. What a work of art. Feng Yuxiang chuckled inwardly as she stared at his refined body with an intensive gaze.